Chapter 2190. What a blunder. Damn it, the update was wrong. Sigh. Su Yan's divine eyes were like lightning. His essence, energy, and spirit were at their peak. His scattered black hair rushed towards the blue dome of heaven. He was like the reincarnation of a heavenly emperor. His flesh shell overflowed with immortal radiance, as if he was an immortal emperor who had descended upon the boundless secular world. In the great era when the dark world was bleeding, immortal Emperor Zong reflected the past and present. His aura swallowed the universe and was unstoppable as he suppressed the universe. No matter who this woman was, she was going to fall. The unification of the three realms was unstoppable. This was a historical flood that represented the great fortune of the celestial court. Come and fight. The immortal slaying sword on his back was unsheathed. A thick sword ray with boundless killing intent sprinkled down. A light slash was enough to cut through the universe's environment. Immortal Emperor Zong. Who else is there? The experts of the celestial court who had fought millions of ghosts and deities all over the world shouted. History had never been similar. Back then, when Su Yan entered the immortal demon battlefield, his third battle was against an invincible woman who claimed to be the descendant of the Dark Emperor. Now this woman was once again facing off against Su Yan. Both of them emitted terrifying killing intent that swept across the dark world. It was as if two world-destroying demonic abysses were about to collide. Battle in outer space. The sword embryo on the woman's back was unsheathed. It cut through the environment, and a black hole appeared in the outer space. Her figure rushed into outer space and stood in the middle of the earth. Her essence, energy, and spirit became even more terrifying. Su Yan, be careful. Big Black was anxious. If this woman was really the Dark Emperor, then it was quite ridiculous. Once she fought with Su Yan, it was hard to say whether she would live or die. Don't worry. Su Yan's eyes burst with divine light. He said, I want to see how strong she is. She might not be the Dark Emperor. In an instant, the outer space rumbled violently. The broken stars in the sky trembled, revealing a peerless and terrifying fluctuation. The fluctuation was too turbulent and violent. Suddenly, even across the distant space, there was a boundless and majestic aura that suppressed down and swept across the bleeding world. It was as if the heavens had started a battle. Quickly finish this place and hold the line for Su Yan. Big Brother and Black King had serious expressions. They worked together to attack the undersea purgatory. The strongest battlefield needed them to be suppressed. Once the purgatory reached to the dark world, it would be a devastating blow to the celestial court. The undersea purgatory, the dark world. Once this place was destroyed, the dark world would be powerless to reverse the situation. They might even be able to conquer the complete dark world. The world's army roared. The black-clothed woman and Su Yan went to the outer realm to fight. The Big Brother and the Black King worked together to block the undersea purgatory. The entire dark world was bleeding, the great battle becoming even more cruel. At the same time, Dao Saint Celestial and Su Yan's avatar were guarding the universe dimension opened by Dao Celestial Emperor. They could vaguely sense the end of this path. It was filled with an incomparably mysterious fluctuation that was heavy and was about to press down on them. Su Yan took out the giant axe. With his treasure, Dao Saint Immortal and Chaos Giant's clone, he believed that they could block the pressure from the depths of the undersea purgatory and complete the unification of the three realms ahead of time. No matter what happened, they had to stop all the obstacles that could threaten the unification of the three realms before the dark world took over. Deep in the undersea purgatory, there was a storm that was spreading towards the three realms. The implications of this battle were huge. It might lure out the old monsters from the depths of the undersea purgatory, one by one. At the same time, they could further understand what kind of tragedy was happening in the depths of the undersea purgatory. They also wanted to know if the most powerful figures of the celestial court were still alive. What is that? Human world, celestial world, and celestial court world. The people of the three realms prayed, hoping that this battle would end smoothly. In the process, Celestial World and Celestial Court World continuously released the laws of origin, suppressing and penetrating the Dark World. It prevented the Dark World's environment from completely unleashing its power. The scale of the situation was beyond the understanding of the people. This was a super battle of all-out war, and also the final decisive battle of the three realms. The people of the world prayed for the triumphant return of the Celestial Court, but now, in the land beyond the heavens, heaven and earth shook. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! Two blazing and glaring rays of light were released. It was as if an apocalyptic disaster had come from the depths of the undersea purgatory. The people of the world cried out in alarm. The immortal slaying sword was revived, and the Dark Emperor's sword was awakened. The two sword embryos represented the destiny of the Celestial World and the Dark World. They erupted in an instant. Millions of sword rays were about to tear apart the heavens and reverse the past and present. Kill. Su Yin pressed forward. The immortal slaying sword slashed forward, gushing out an extremely majestic sword ray that contained boundless killing intent. It split open the galaxy, and some of the undersea purgatory worlds withered silently. Clang! The Dark Emperor's sword was awakened. The undersea purgatory world turned dark, and the vast space-time trembled. The terrifying sword embryo tore apart the universe and faced the immortal slaying sword. The two exceptional sword embryos instantly pierced through the great world, the great Tao collapsing along the way. The sun and moon sank, sword tip against sword tip. In that short period of time, they seemed to have brandished the killing sword millions and millions of times, violating the natural laws and order. The great river of time was even becoming blurry. Their movements were too fast, and their auras became more and more berserk, crushing all life to the point of suffocating. It was as if doomsday was approaching. Every streak of sword radiance contained matchless murderous might. A violent storm of attacks erupted. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart, the great Tao about to break apart. The two great sword embryos fought to the extreme, causing the undersea purgatory world to be riddled with holes. How long? Heaven and earth exploded, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. It rippled through the three realms, cleansing the heavens. All life felt a chill run down from head to toe. This was the peak of murderous might, revealing great terror. The unmatched Tao method produced a sea of murderous order. The surging power pierced through the great river of time and space, affecting the flourishing age until it was about to wither away. Just how unmatched was this fighting strength? It was as if two matchless supreme beings were clashing. Sword radiance engulfed the distant world, even destroying the undersea purgatory world. Kill. In the final collision, the two great sword embryos trembled at the same time, burning to the point where they were about to explode. The foreign battlefield trembled violently, producing a destructive tide that shook the three realms' space-time. Everyone saw an Overlord war god fly out, his flesh bleeding and riddled with holes. It was as if he was about to collapse. Su Yin. The Tai Baokai roared as if it had gone mad. Su Yin suffered serious injuries, his flesh about to shatter. The entire world was shocked. Back then, during the battle on the immortal demon battlefield, Su Yin encountered an extremely powerful suppression and restriction, almost losing his life. Now that they fought again, could it be that he was still suppressed? One had to understand that this battle couldn't be compared to back then, not on the same level. They could easily erupt with world-destroying power. Su Yin wanted to take another step forward, but it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. If he couldn't suppress this black-clothed woman, he might very well suffer a fatal disaster. Su Yan's body was bleeding, and his imperial body was riddled with holes. It was a ghastly sight. His disheveled hair danced in the wind, revealing great majesty. His eyes were blazing like torches, and with the operation of the immortal and imperishable scripture, his riddled body recovered to its peak state. Crackle, crackle! One had to admit that this was quite shocking. The essence blood in Su Yan's body flowed, revealing an extremely profound scripture order, defying the laws of the universe and being reborn in defiance of the heavens. The imperial body was becoming complete, as if the universe's war immortal had come back to life, overlooking the boundless universe. She's also injured. Everyone thought that the black-clothed woman would attack Su Yan, but soon they discovered that the black-clothed woman's body was also bleeding. Gradually, numerous wounds appeared on her body, and countless sword tips appeared like small holes. The scene was too horrible to look at, and it made people's scalps go numb. Were they evenly matched? Buzz. The black-clothed woman's expression was cold. She operated a mysterious technique, and her body was hazy with black fog, looking mysterious and oppressive. Her injured body was rapidly healing, and it was obvious that she had grasped an incredible saint technique, stimulating the supreme foundation in her body. Rumble. On the bloody vile earth battlefield, extremely terrifying fluctuations filled the air. The two great experts flourished with divine light at the same time. It was as if the immortal master was roaring and the demon lord was roaring. The sound of scripture chanting shook the heavens and earth. The black-clothed woman had completely changed. She was filled with the light of purgatory, as if she was the source of purgatory lying horizontally across the universe. She wanted to turn the great world into a purgatory, gushing with supreme laws and order, filling the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Immortal Emperor Zong dominated the starry sky. The sound of scripture chanting in his body was like a tsunami, forming billions of immortal marks of order, revealing a grand wave of heaven opening. This purgatory world began to become unstable, shaking chaotically, as if it was obeying Su Yan's will. The black-clothed woman was astonished. Su Yan's scripture had been completed, revealing an invincible foundation. Behind him was the roar of the immortal world's prosperity, representing Su Yan's strength as the immortal world's celestial emperor. Kill. The black-clothed woman's figure rushed towards Su Yan, terrifying as if a dark demonic star was crashing into the great universe. Her aura swallowed 10,000 worlds, wrapping around the overflowing might of purgatory as she slaughtered her way towards Su Yan. It was as if a supreme technique was being developed, the vile earth of extreme een and darkness. This scene was too terrifying, about to sink the great world into darkness, about to cover the space of the 3 realms. Su Yan roared loudly, causing the dark sky to tremble fiercely. The great confrontation at the peak of perfection had far-reaching effects. Su Yan transformed into the heaven-opening Overlord, displaying the heaven-opening fist. The 2 supreme emperors of 2 generations fought above the starry sky. At the peak of the heavens, in the vile earth, it was like the sun against the moon, an extremely powerful collision. The momentum was deafening, shaking the buried emperor vile earth. Pooh! Su Yan and the black-clothed woman trembled violently at the same time. The 2 great experts seemed to have exploded, their fists spilling out blood. This was a cruel battle, each fist drawing blood. The vile earth world trembled. The 2 great unrivaled war gods fought at close quarters, sweeping out endless storms and waves. This type of fluctuation was truly too terrifying, making the long river of time and space tremble. It was as if a time gap was about to occur, causing the order of the universe to be completely obliterated. Kill. The black-clothed woman roared angrily, an enormous shadow surging behind her, supporting the heavens. The pressure she released was unimaginable, as if a true purgatory was covering everything, as if a new universe was being opened in the world of darkness. Su Yan encountered heaven overflowing pressure that covered his body, as if the 9 heavens of purgatory covered his flesh, making it impossible for him to find a path of return. At the crucial moment, his primordial spirit erupted, scripture order revolving, tearing apart the purgatory. Thus, he slaughtered his way out. Hand over your life. Su Yan roared loudly, going berserk while bathed in blood. His fighting strength continuously rose, as if he was a heaven-opening overlord born from the primal chaos. Su Yan's fighting strength completely surged, forming an ocean of order that covered the sky. His moves were large and large, penetrating through this world. Numerous large cracks appeared, opening up a great universe that covered the sky. The killing power shook everyone's heart. The black-clothed woman couldn't block it in a short period of time, as if she was drowned by the universe. Her body dimmed, unable to block immortal Emperor Zhang's berserk fighting strength for a short period of time. Without laws and realms, I am the Dark Emperor. Heaven and earth, listen to my command. Transform into purgatory. The black-clothed woman roared, as if she was the reincarnation of a demon god of destruction, covering the vast world. She seemed to have activated an inconceivable power, causing the vile earth and the sky to rush over, combining together to suppress Su Yan. Chapter 2191. The Dark Emperor chanted supreme scriptures. The universe beyond the heavens blazed with brilliance. Following her awakening and resonance, this scene reversed the past and present. The wretched earth and the sky moved towards resurrection. The grand world emitted the strongest life force. Kill! She roared furiously. Cold lightning shot out from her eyes. She gathered boundless killing power and wanted to kill Su Yan. This kind of battle shocked all the experts in the world. What was the supreme? How terrifying was it? The world saw Su Yan fighting madly. His moves were grand and grand. Heaven burial, earth burial, reincarnation burial. The three secret arts were displayed. The heaven burial aura was dense. Su Yan was like bury the heavens being reborn. The majestic fluctuations buried the grand world. Slash! Su Yan roared and swung the immortal slaying sword in his hand forward. It slashed out a universe of destruction and shattered the vile earth that was pressing down from the sky. It slashed towards the black-clothed woman's forehead. The Dark Emperor's sword awakened. The two sword embryos crossed the long river of time and space and clashed. The heaven and earth shook. The vast world was whistling and dancing. Boom! The battle was intense to the extreme. The two experts used all their secret arts and illuminated the universe. Su Yan performed the 10 heaven-punishing secret arts. They destroyed the high heavens and the environment of purgatory. It was as if the 10 supreme divine arts were displayed at the same time. Immortal Emperor Zhang burned his battle prowess to the extreme. His 10 divine arts crushed forward and instantly killed the enemy. This was a true invincible force that swept through the vast space-time, wanting to annihilate the high heavens. Pu. The black-robed woman's body trembled. She used a series of great divine arts to resist and block. However, the heaven-punishing aura was too domineering. It was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Wounds appeared on her body one after another. She couldn't heal them in a short period of time, even if she circulated her secret arts. The Dark Emperor coughed out blood. The aura in her body was surging. She was almost sent flying. She suffered very deep wounds. Her bones could be seen. Book of Life and Death. The black-clothed woman's eyes widened in anger. Her tattered body emitted a blazing light. At the same time, she closed her palms, and what replaced them was a gigantic book of darkness. It was covered in the profound mysteries of the laws. The moment it was flipped open, it judged the reincarnation of the heavens and earth, and an extremely terrifying fluctuation pressed down. This energy was too intense. The Dark Emperor's words were the supreme law of the Book of Life and Death. Suddenly, it suppressed Su Yan. It was as if the Book of Life and Death itself had descended. Su Yan's body flickered between brightness and darkness. He was a little old and a little small. His entire body was covered in cracks, and his terrifying source of life seemed like it was about to be destroyed. This kind of judgment power even affected his primordial spirit. In the fierce battle, the Dark Monarch's body was in tatters, and Su Yan's life force was declining. Facing the billions of life and death laws, Su Yan was like a supreme demon lord imprisoned in purgatory. Open! Su Yan roared. His primordial spirit rushed out of his corporeal body and turned into a creature with flesh and blood. He displayed the grand and majestic world of the celestial world as he brandished his heaven-opening fist. Punch after punch ferociously attacked. In a short period of time, the life and death sheet was broken into two. Rumble. In the fragmented world of your vile earth, the two great experts fought crazily. They were bathed in blood, and they fought until they were covered in scars. Their weapons also left their masters and fought together, wildly hacking at each other. Some cracks appeared on the two great murderous weapons, as if they were going to shatter in the extreme flames. In the dark universe, blood danced and the vile earth trembled. The glory of the great battle spread throughout the three realms. The creatures of the world felt a chill from head to toe. This kind of battle was too fierce. Immortal Emperor Zhang's body was half crippled several times, but he relied on the immortal indestructible scripture to climb up again and again, reconstructing his peak battle strength. Some people felt that they were evenly matched, and it was extremely difficult for one to kill the other. If they continued to fight like this, the final battle would inevitably be between the strongest, and they would see who could last until the end. The great battle of the Dark World had entered a white-hot level. The army of the Celestial Court pushed forward, and the whole world was burning with the flames of war, burning the dark Great Tao until it was constantly collapsing. Even the undersea purgatory where Big Brother and Big Black wandered was beginning to be riddled with holes. The origin of the Dark World was about to be torn into pieces by their combined strength. Roar! In the alien battlefield, the vast vile Earth world was reduced to ashes. Su Yan's black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like heavenly blades leaving their bodies. His aura was extremely violent and domineering. He waved his fist, and it was fierce and domineering. The heaven-opening fist became stronger and stronger, and it blasted out an ancient universe, revealing a vision of the creation of heaven and earth. It shattered the purgatory, and the bloody fist landed on the shoulder of the Dark King. Her arm was directly broken, and it exploded in the bloody world of ashes. The Dark King screamed, and the other hand flew up. In an instant, she formed a fist seal and blasted it on Su Yan's chest. In the battle of life and death, Su Yan was severely injured. His chest was torn into pieces, and his heart was about to explode. His expression was extremely cold, and he advanced domineeringly. Cold and majestic, he continued to attack the Dark King with one punch after another. This was simply exchanging a life for a life. Su Yan's moves were extremely ferocious. He gave up on defense and focused on offense. Roar! After more than 100 rounds of bloody battle, the Dark King was severely injured, and her body was riddled with holes. On the other hand, Su Yan was like a god bathed in blood, and his roar shook the universe. The undying and imperishable Sutra's order had provided him with shocking help. His injuries were a bit worse, and he roared, "Dark King, you're finished. Surrender, and you can live." Ha ha! Ha ha! The Dark King looked up to the sky and laughed. It was hard to imagine that the short-haired woman was the Dark King. She was the Dark King who had been beaten up by the Tao Celestial Emperor. As she laughed, the world turned upside down, and a rain of blood poured down. The boundless sea of blood rolled toward the alien world. Her entire body seemed to have assimilated with the Tao, and a grand sacrificial sound echoed in the river of time. Su Yan's face sank. The world changed, and it was as if a demon god born of chaos was awakening. Blood rushed into the sky and flooded the infinite realm. World destruction. The black-clothed woman roared, and her short hair danced in the wind. Her body split open, and essence blood flowed out in reverse, sprinkling into the alien world. The vast world began to rotate, and a supreme fluctuation appeared. It was as if a living legend was awakening. The heavens exploded, and time approached its end. Everything was destroyed, and this fluctuation was too frightening. The The world withered, and the Tao disintegrated. Roar! Su Yin roared, and his strongest combat power erupted, forming a sky full of order laws. But all of a sudden, the blood-colored world began to spin, and a boundless calamity appeared and fell down layer by layer. It pressed down on Su Yan's scripture until it was riddled with holes, and an extremely terrifying force charged towards Su Yan. Puffed. He coughed up blood, and his body was about to rot. Supreme technique. Su Yan's eyes flashed with shock. The Dark King seemed to be sacrificing herself, wanting to destroy the entire world. Su Yan, who was in the core region, was facing a heaven-defying judgment. He roared and brandished the broken immortal killing sword, splitting the sky to fight. However, the blood-red world was too vast, and he couldn't see its end. This seemed to be the true manifestation of the Supreme. Billions of layers of killing intent pressed down on Su Yan. His body was full of cracks, and even the undying imperishable technique couldn't heal Su Yan in a short time. Kill! He screamed, and a series of great divine abilities were released, breaking through the world. He wanted to blast open the blood-red world and kill his way out of the encirclement. However, the Dark King seemed to have gone mad. His body split open, and a blood-red rain of light sprinkled down, forming a blood-red calamity in front of Su Yan, drowning him. Su Yan. The battle was terrifying. Immortal Emperor Zong encountered a supreme killing trap, and this was also a situation where he suffered great losses. The Dark King became weaker and weaker, but the world destruction secret technique he deduced became more and more terrifying. It was like countless huge hands were pressing down, bombarding Su Yan's body until it shook. He caught the feeling of death, and the world destruction secret technique turned into a furnace, wanting to melt Su Yan. His flesh and blood were about to be melted. One could imagine what kind of difficulties he was facing. It was really like a complete supreme technique, unstoppable and completely suppressed. Even if millions of divine abilities were used together, it was still difficult to break through the current situation. Death and destruction intertwined, and it could destroy a world. This didn't seem like the power of the Dark King, but more like borrowing the power of the world beyond the heavens to kill. It was like an endless calamity descending from the heavens. Heaven punishing. Su Yan suddenly roared. His eyes shot out blood-red lightning, and the 10 layers of heaven punishing divine abilities appeared. The 10 heaven punishing Daos were densely packed. Su Yan's palms quickly cut through the universe and the starry sky. The heaven punishing palm spun, circulating the heaven punishing great Tao. The 10 heaven punishing divine abilities actually merged into one, forming a great calamity. Kill! Su Yan roared. He circulated the heaven punishing great Tao, and the blood-red world was destroyed. This was a peerlessly terrifying killing intent. Back then, when Su Yan was in seclusion to comprehend the heaven-punishing divine abilities, he discovered that the 10 Daesong divine arts could be combined to form the heaven-punishing great Tao. It was really as if the supreme path had appeared. This secret technique could really be combined into one. Perhaps it was once a complete supreme technique, but it was just separated into the 10 heaven-punishing divine arts. Slash, slash, slash. Su Yan roared. A blood-red light pillar shot out from the top of his head, and suddenly it propped up the sky. An extremely majestic aura shattered the world and destroyed time and space. The waves of heaven punishing that were emitted swept across the vast space. Everyone trembled. They felt that their lives were being destroyed, and their great Tao was also being destroyed. Some are doubting life. Supreme technique. The Sword Ancestor was shocked. Su Yan's heaven punishing great Tao and the Dark King's world destroying great Tao were clashing. It was obvious that the Dark King was weaker. No one could say who was stronger in this secret technique, but the Dark King's losses were too great. The blood-red world exploded. Su Yan rose from the ground, intimidating the past and present. His body was covered in blood. He looked ferocious and cruel. Millions of heaven-punishing great Tao gushed out from his pores, tearing apart the heavens. The Dark King screamed. Her weak body was torn apart. She struggled in pain, but it was extremely difficult for her to get up. It's over, Su Yan roared. He waved the broken immortal slaying sword and pounced towards the Dark King. He wanted to kill her. In the cold world of ashes, the woman with short hair struggled in a pool of blood. The sword tip in her eyes was getting closer and closer. At this moment, her eyes flashed with determination. With a flick of her sleeve, a dark heavenly coffin suddenly rushed toward Su Yan. Even the dark heavenly coffin has been taken out. What hope do you still have? Su Yan shouted coldly. He was not afraid at all. A pitch-black heavenly coffin descended. It covered the ash sky and covered the broken stars in the sky. It was suddenly vast and boundless, pressing down heavily on Su Yan. This was the ultimate trump card of the dark world. The dark heavenly coffin was taken out to kill Su Yan. His words angered the black-clothed woman. This was a supreme treasure. What did he mean by there was no hope? Chapter 2192. The heavenly coffin of darkness covered the great world as if a supreme artifact was awakening. Waves of hazy supreme fluctuations were released. Boom! The entire firmament was trembling. The world of ashes collapsed for the second time. Unimaginable fluctuations pressed down on Su Yan, almost covering his figure in an instant. It was so heavy that it was about to crush him into a bloody light. Su Yan's disheveled black hair rushed toward the firmament. His ferocious aura shook the ages. His primordial spirit scattered, and vast soul power penetrated his flesh shell. His entire body was burning, releasing 120% of his combat power. Heaven punishing great Tao. Su Yan roared and entered his peak state. At the same time, he brandished the worn-out immortal slaying sword and burned himself to the extreme. This attack was too terrifying. The immortal slaying sword burned so much that it almost exploded. He activated his most terrifying combat power and unleashed his endless reserves. The sword embryo bled and destroyed the long river of time, going against the reincarnation of heaven and earth. Boom! There was a terrifying collision. Millions of thunderbolts exploded in the three realms, intimidating all living beings. The experts in the world cried out in shock. For a short time, the sword radiance illuminated the three realms, but what followed was darkness that covered the sun. One couldn't even see their own fingers. The space and time of the three realms changed. It was pitch black and ridiculously heavy. It was as if millions of mountains were pressing down on the hearts of all living beings. Heavenly coffin of darkness. The Black King roared and raised his head. Suddenly, the life and death book trembled violently. His flesh burned fiercely, and in an instant, his skin and flesh were torn open. Terrifying beasts bled, but this also indicated that the Black King had gone berserk. He knocked the life and death book away. Open for me. Big Brother's disheveled gray hair danced in the wind. His roar shook the undersea purgatory. Countless ghosts and gods were destroyed, and countless underwater beasts exploded. He displayed the celestial emperor's orthodoxy and brandished his emperor's fist. Without a doubt, Big Brother was also going all out. He erupted with his peak combat power and blasted a huge bloody hole in the purgatory. The Black King and Big Brother went crazy. They ignited their emperor's origin and released 120% of their combat power. They broke through the final defense of the Dark World and crossed over to the outer space at the same time. At this moment, Su Yan was being suppressed by the Dark Calamity. The immortal slaying sword was disintegrated, and Su Yan's palm was badly mangled. One of his arms was broken, and half of his body. Roar! Bao Kai and the others roared with bloodshot eyes. Immortal Emperor Zhang's injuries were too cruel. Su Yan was simply suppressed to death, his body rotting, the immortal killing sword breaking apart. The heavenly coffin of darkness was quite ridiculous, and it began to suppress Su Yan heavily. It was as if a living supreme being was sitting cross-legged on top of the coffin and attacking Su Yan. Don't come! Su Yan bellowed furiously. His essence spirit emitted a turbulent storm. His aura was too ferocious, and he did not want the Black King and Big Brother to get involved. The three heavenly coffins were the source of chaos in the three realms, and they were definitely related to the utmost beings. Once they joined the battle, the probability of them dying was too high. "So Yin, you can't die. Let me do it." The Black King swallowed and roared. His body was enormous, and he went berserk while bathed in blood. He charged forward ferociously, shaking the great universe. At this moment, the Black King was wild and unafraid of death. Suyin must not fall. He was the only one who could decipher the contents of the paper left behind by the Heavenly Sovereign. He was the biggest hope for them to reach the depths of the ominous earth in the future. "It's fine." Suyin looked up and laughed furiously. His physical body was broken, and he was in a situation where he was bound to die, but he was fearless. "You're courting death." The Dark Sovereign's expression was unusually cold. He pushed the heavenly coffin of darkness again and charged towards Su Yan. "No." The soldiers in the world cried out in grief. Bloodshed was born in the dark world. Billions of soldiers roared, and the world was shattered. The dark world had become a world of blood. It was a scene of devastation, and corpses were strewn across billions of miles. It was an all-out attack, and the essence, chi, and spirit were irresistible. The dawn of victory could be seen in the great battle. However, no one had expected this heavenly coffin of darkness to be so ridiculous. It was as if it had turned into a huge black shadow that filled the 6 paths of reincarnation, transmitting a supreme power that transcended the tides of history. Su Yin took the initiative to charge forward. It was tantamount to suicide. However, just as Su Yan's remnant body collided with the heavenly coffin of darkness, there was a deafening boom. A huge energy mushroom cloud bloomed and drowned the ominous earth world. It was as if it was going to press into the depths of the ominous earth. "What's that?" Countless living beings trembled. A supreme aura was awakening, and the invincible weapon of the era welcomed a great explosion. The Black King and the Big Brother trembled and were almost sent flying. There was a hint of horror in their eyes. What kind of supreme treasures were the 3 heavenly coffins? "Oh my God!" All living beings trembled. A great divine might bloomed. It was unknown where it came from, but it was boundless. It surged and spread in the space of the 3 realms and the environment of the universe. The entire 3 realms seemed as if it was going to rot. A supreme fluctuation was gradually awakening, and the river of time exploded. Could this be the Supreme? The Black King roared. He thought that he had stepped onto the Supreme path, but who knew that the distance was too far? Or rather, the Dark Sovereign and the others could not be called supreme. The power displayed by the 2 heavenly coffins was domineering and boundless. It was as if an endless galaxy was pressing down at the same time, surging in the 3 realms and giving rise to world-destroying waves. If this battle was not fought in the ominous earth, no one knew what kind of changes would have happened. Perhaps the dark world would really collapse. Boom, boom, boom. The ears of billions of living beings rang, and they could not hear anything. There was only the sound of collision one after another. The world-destroying sound resounded in the depths of their souls. They could not resist it and could only prostrate on the ground. Even the strongest monarch could not bear it. Their bodies were about to explode. They could not look at the battlefield. They had no idea what was going on. Kill. It was hard to imagine that this was a battle between the 2 heavenly coffins. The black-clothed woman sat cross-legged on the heavenly coffin of darkness. Layer after layer, she attacked Su Yan. Su Yan's body was in tatters, and his blood dyed the starry sky red. He roared again and again as his flesh split open. His body changed and evolved into the 33 heavens before turning into a 9-colored heavenly coffin. Its might shook the universe. "You're crazy." The short-haired woman's eyes were about to split open. Su Yan had merged the 9-colored heavenly coffin into his body. How'd he do it? But there was no point in saying this now. Su Yan could control the 9-colored heavenly coffin to fight against the dark heavenly coffin. Thump, thump, thump. The two heavenly coffins collided, one after another. 9 consecutive collisions broke the great world. Even the vile earth had a time gap. The source of this battle was in the vile earth. Screams could be heard from some areas. Some old monsters who had lived for a long time hid in space-time cracks to avoid the calamity of the three realms. Now, the storm from the collision of the two heavenly coffins swept over and killed these old monsters who were struggling at death's door. One could see what kind of tragedy would happen if this battle happened in the three realms. You'll die. The Dark Emperor sat cross-legged on the heavenly coffin of darkness. Su Yin could not take out the 9-colored heavenly coffin because it had already fused with his body. After 9 consecutive collisions, Su Yan's monarch body was in a terrible state. His vitality was greatly damaged, and he was full of the aura of death. Su Yan's body was emaciated, and his hair was snow white. He was about to exhaust everything. The battle was too bitter. In the crevice between the two heavenly coffins, Su Yin was like a pitiful creature that was about to be completely obliterated. His body and soul were about to be destroyed. What supreme is this? Su Yin roared. He didn't look like he was seriously injured. Instead, his spiritual will was peerlessly strong. With a terrifying belief, he let out deafening sounds of the great Tao, resonating with the broken universe. What is supreme? Su Yin roared again. His eyes were like world-destroying torches. His emaciated body burned fiercely as if he had been reduced to skin and bones. It was also as if he had experienced a battle of billions of years. Supreme, Su Yin roared, revealing the order of the heaven-opening scripture. He vaguely wanted to sublimate and pierce through a majestic supreme path. This path seemed to not exist in history, as if it didn't exist in this great era. The short eruption caused the long river of time to tremble violently. It seemed to be changing its course and returning to the supreme path. This also caused the three realms to be shaken. Vaguely, the Dark Monarch discovered that Su Yan's potential seemed to have sublimated and become even stronger. A trace of shock flashed in the depths of her eyes. The collision of the two heavenly coffins gave birth to a supreme power that suppressed the three realms. It was also suppressed in Su Yan's flesh and blood and in his life imprint. It was outrageous that it had blasted open a path for him. You and I can work together. The Dark Monarch suddenly opened her mouth and shouted. To me, the unification of the three realms is the same. We have the same goal. You are not qualified to work with me. Su Yin shouted coldly. After billions of years of war, all life has withered, and blood has dyed the heavens. Haven't enough people died? There is no dark world, but there is also the immortal world. Anyone can become darkness. In the eyes of the dark world, the celestial court is darkness now. The Dark Monarch sneered. The unification of the three realms is something that will happen sooner or later. I didn't expect it to be the celestial court. Those who are not of my race must have different intentions. Su Yan's body was withered and thin, like an old man in his twilight years, but he was exceptionally domineering. He shouted coldly, You can end it now. You want to kill me? The Dark Monarch laughed. You really can't do it. If you don't cooperate, the three realms will become a land of death, and instead help the enemy in the depths of the land of death. You have to think carefully. Do you dare to do something that even the Tao Celestial Emperor doesn't dare to do? Once the three realms collapsed, billions of lives would die. The three realms would become a land of death, and the resentment would fill the sky. It would not dissipate even after a long time. How terrifying was this karma? Who could bear this responsibility? Threatening me? Unfortunately, your wish is destined to fail. History will not repeat itself, and the destruction of the human realm will not happen again. Su Yin roared angrily. His withered body crossed the ruined world and suppressed the heavenly coffin of darkness. If you continue fighting, your body and soul will be destroyed. The Dark Monarch warned again. She did not think that he had any more trump cards. This was already the ultimate trump card. She did not want to continue fighting with Su Yin. Back then, she was defeated by the Tao Celestial Emperor, and the remains she left behind turned into the current short-haired woman. She had inherited the Dark Monarch's will and lived to this era. Suppress. Su Yin rushed over and threw out a bronze lamp, which landed on the heavenly coffin of darkness. What is this? The black-clothed woman frowned. She wanted to use her power to disperse the lamp, but the next scene seemed to make her soul tremble. Wong. The bronze lamp, the coffin-suppressing lamp that was suspected to be the one that suppressed the 3 heavenly coffins, sat on the heavenly coffin of darkness. The moment the lamp's flame was lit, the heavenly coffin of darkness gradually returned to silence. The Dark Monarch's body stiffened, and the finger that pointed at the coffin-suppressing lamp was trembling. It was a fatal chill that rushed to the top of her head, causing her pores to bleed. Chapter 2193. The mysterious bronze lamp pressed down on the heavenly coffin of darkness. The flame in the lamp flickered, looking demonic and mysterious as it pressed down on the heavenly coffin of darkness. The Dark Emperor's body stiffened, and the blood in her body seemed to have stopped flowing. She widened her eyes in disbelief, and there was a fatal chill spreading from her body. What was this? It could suppress the heavenly coffin of darkness. Who would believe it? The 3 great heavenly coffins were the source of chaos, the target of many experts. Back then, the human world was destroyed because of the 9-colored heavenly coffin. But now, immortal Emperor Zong controlled the coffin-suppressing lamp and suppressed the heavenly coffin of darkness. The Dark Emperor seemed to have gone crazy, crying and laughing at the same time. There was an indescribable bitterness, and even a trace of relief. The long years of research and seeking the supreme path were like invisible shackles on the Dark Emperor's body, and this shackle had accompanied her for countless years. An external object was still an external object. She had once regarded it as the highest external object and had done a series of crazy things to gather the 3 great heavenly coffins. Now, Su Yin had mercilessly broken it, and the coffin-suppressing lamp was equivalent to suppressing all her hopes. This blow was too cruel, and it was more painful than killing her. She sat cross-legged on the heavenly coffin of darkness and laughed hysterically. Boom! Su Yin waved his fist and attacked, shattering the body of the short-haired woman. She suddenly exploded, and black fragments scattered all over the sky. Her body was like a super-strong object that broke, unable to withstand Su Yan's power. Immortal Emperor Zong. In the bleeding dark world, countless soldiers lost control of their emotions and screamed. His body was thin, and his white hair was disheveled. He was covered in wounds, but he emitted a terrifying majesty that crushed the Dark Emperor and shocked the world. Was the ultimate war coming to an end? The undersea purgatory and the book of life and death were broken, and the Dark Emperor was destroyed by Su Yin. The world was covered in blood rain, and the dark world that was riddled with holes was shaking violently. The heavens were crying blood, and the great Tao was collapsing. The origin of the universe's laws was chaotic, and a great disaster was born. Was the fate of the dark world coming to an end? The entire world was covered in blood, the great Tao releasing woo-woo sounds, as if it was weeping. We won. In the heavens above, on the earth below, in the universe's starry skies, cheers shook the heavens. This was an unimaginable change in history that had reached its peak. The final battle had come to an end. The dark world no longer had the power to reverse the situation. The unification of the 3 realms was quietly completed. All living beings cheered. Countless experts lost control of their emotions and cried towards the sky. They told their old brothers in the underworld that there would be no disputes in the future when the 3 realms were united. Victory! The crowd roared. This type of storm was too powerful, exploding in the 3 realms space-time, forming an incredible great fortune and great power that pierced toward Celestial Court. All of a sudden, the Celestial Court became much more magnificent. It swallowed the 3 realms and gathered the supreme fortune of heaven and earth. It was powerful since ancient times, powerful to the extreme. It made the world outside the heavens rumble and tremble. The entire world cheered. This was a historical change that shocked the ancient and dazzled the modern. Roar! The horns sounded, and the endless army of the celestial court quickly retreated. The dark world was about to collapse, and order was unstable. The laws of nature were bleeding, and this universe was about to be destroyed. Big Brother and Big Black were in disbelief. A lamp suppressed the dark heavenly coffin. Although the time of awakening was extremely short, the scene just now made them feel an indescribable chill in their hearts. The three heavenly coffins and the coffin-suppressing lamp. Who left them behind? What was behind all of this? They felt suffocated. It was like crossing the long river of time, a historical background that came from an unreachable era. Su Yan sighed. He wasn't happy. His mood was especially complicated. In this battle, whether it was the Dark World or the Celestial Court, neither of them relied on their own battle strength to end this battle. They were still affected by these terrifying things. This feeling wasn't too good. The path of an expert was to defy the heavens. They didn't want to be controlled or affected. Submit to me, and you can live. Su Yan's eyes were cold. He stared at the exploded remains of the body and the primordial spirit that formed. Ha ha ha! The primordial spirit of the Dark Emperor laughed loudly. Did you really win? Although I'm not the Dark Emperor, even though I'm the Dark Emperor, it's nothing to kill me in this pond. What can you win? Celestial Emperor Zong. The Dark Emperor had died long ago. He was destroyed by the Tao, Celestial Emperor back then. The short-haired woman was the new Dark Emperor, formed by the remnant spirit of the Dark Emperor. Her long years of planning had come to nothing. This made her feel very complicated. I can let you witness the final moment. Su Yan was old and weak. His emperor body exuded a tragic smell of blood. His eyes emitted a terrifying will. This was the strongest belief that couldn't be changed. Final. The short-haired woman was silent. She murmured as if she was in a dream. Is there really an end? Is there really an end day? Her soul core was warping, and it seemed as if it was on the verge of destruction. It seethed with a vast rain of soul light that sprayed down into the world of ash, and it gradually condensed into an expanse of heaven, splitting scripture that revealed the Tao of origin of the purgatory in the universe. Heaven-opening purgatory scripture, the final heaven art of the 10 great heaven-opening scriptures. She lost. There was no way out. But in the end, she still wanted to see the final moment. Su Yan didn't kill her primordial spirit, but sealed it. Roar! The Dark Emperor roared at the top of his lungs, shaking the space of the 3 realms. The battle ended. The Celestial Court won. The final battle was over. From now on, the 3 realms would have no enemies. The 3 realms will be united. Big Brother's eyes shone. The environment of the Dark World started to collapse. If this problem wasn't solved, the Dark World might disappear. The 3 realms would have 1 less realm. Su Yan's body was in tatters. It was too horrible to look at. His breathing was rapid. His eyes emitted cold electricity as he looked at the Dark World that was about to match. Swish, swish. The 3 experts rushed into the dilapidated Dark World. This universe faintly surged with the light of great destruction. A bloody hole appeared in the undersea purgatory. This was the source of the darkness. There were corpses floating within. These were the remains of the Dark Emperor's main body. Only energy substances existed, and even now, they were still emitting dark fluctuations. The purgatory was vast. It was the Dark Emperor's cave. The heaven-opening purgatory scriptures fluctuations were emitted everywhere. The interior of the purgatory scripture was still gloomy and full of ghostly energy. If it wasn't destroyed, the Dark World might still have hope of recovering. But if it was destroyed, it would be quite a pity. Boom! The auras of the 3 experts propped up the undersea purgatory. From here, one could see the entire destroyed Dark World. Of course, the process was extremely slow. Death storms were produced everywhere. These places were no longer suitable for living. They were turning into true purgatory danger zones. The Dark World cannot be destroyed. Big Brother said solemnly. The Book of Life and Death, the undersea purgatory, and the heaven-opening purgatory scripture. The three supreme treasures of the dark world have gathered. The dark world must have a new master. Let me do it. Once the dark world is controlled by me, the three realms will be truly united. When the time comes, the three realms will become one. That will be the true golden age. The Black King's roar shook the sky. He was willing to test the law. Just now, he had studied the heaven-opening purgatory scripture, so it wouldn't be difficult to cultivate it. But this process would be extremely dangerous and long. He would have to endure the corrosion of endless dark matter. He would have to go through terrifying tribulations that could easily destroy his body and soul. The human realm, the immortal realm, and the celestial court. These three environments were all controlled by the celestial court. If the Black King wanted to become the master of darkness, he would have to pay a great price. On this point, Big Brother was still confident. Big Black's experience was very complicated. It was even more difficult than the Tao Celestial Emperor back then. With his wisdom, he might have a great chance of success. Su Yin clenched his bleeding fists. He and Big Brother were walking the old path of the Celestial Emperor. They blended with the universe and walked the quasi-supreme path. If the Black King could become the master of darkness, he would definitely improve himself again. What exactly was the supreme path? Even Big Brother couldn't explain it clearly. But there was one point. Once they walked the old path of the Celestial Emperor, they would have the foundation to explore the supreme path in the future. Similarly, once they finished walking this path, they would undergo a great transformation. Their combat power would increase day by day. Su Yin returned to the heavenly palace to recuperate. The golden age had arrived. The world celebrated and a grand ceremony was held. Big Black, Celestial Emperor Zong, and Big Brother, the three leading experts, didn't show up. They could feel that the strongest battle was approaching. They could vaguely hear the battle cries and seem to see the footsteps of the enemy. When they attacked the dark world, the Tao Celestial Emperor was one of the guardians. A great battle didn't happen, but Su Yin knew very well that the enemy was approaching but was blocked. Suddenly, even though they were separated by the vile earth world, they could vaguely sense the storm of war at the end of the vile earth world. 10 years later, in the ruined dark world, vaguely, a huge outline appeared in the undersea purgatory. The path of the Black King had been opened. He was going to become the master of darkness. 10 years of golden age, the world celebrated. In the prosperous world, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yin came out of seclusion. His emperor body had recovered. The terrifying waves he emitted swept across the immortal realm. Forged by blood and fire, Su Yin's combat power increased again. Now no one knew how strong he was. The strongest emperors went to look at Celestial Emperor Zong. It was like looking at a bottomless abyss. It revealed a grand scene of the creation of the world. He went to the land of earth immortals. For 100 years, the immortal indestructible scripture was still being nurtured. But the calamities it encountered were getting stronger and stronger. Big Brother guarded it day and night. This scripture was very important. Whether heaven suppressing and the Supreme Empress could awaken and come out of seclusion was very important to the future celestial court. At the same time, 99% of the ingredients for the 9 transformations creation pill had been gathered. Now, only the 3 realms flower was left to mature. Only when the 3 realms merge and the 3 realms creation pill nourished the 3 realms flower could it mature. Clang! 3 years later, the sound of a heavenly weapon being refined came from the depths of the celestial palace again. Celestial Emperor Zhang's immortal slaying sword was broken. Of course, its essence was still there. This time, his refinement of the weapon was quite shocking. Su Yin broke the Dark Emperor sword and merged it with his immortal slaying sword. He wanted to complete a super strong refinement and evolution. 30 years later, at the headquarters of the Celestial Court, Celestial Emperor Zong used his great divine ability to seal the sky and land. He also completed the formation of the domain that connected the sky and earth. He guided the energy of the mortal world and the immortal world. Together with the light of all ages of the celestial court, it penetrated into the heavenly furnace of heaven and earth. A blurry sword embryo was floating in the depths of the celestial palace. It swallowed the energy essence of the three realms, day and night. This was to nurture the sword. It needed a very long time to come out of the furnace. The path of supremacy. Celestial Emperor Zong whispered. Su Yin vaguely grasped this path amidst the collision of the celestial coffins and the extreme destruction, but he couldn't explain it clearly. This feeling was very complicated. He could obviously get close to it, but he couldn't really grasp it. He got up and left the celestial court. He went on the road alone. He walked in a mortal world and experienced all kinds of life. He became immortal. He forgot time, he forgot himself, and he forgot the past. That shadow gradually disappeared and was drowned in the boundless mortal world. Even after 1,000 years, Big Brother used the heavenly eye to observe the three realms, but he couldn't find any trace of Su Yin. He completely disappeared, as if he evaporated from the world. Chapter 2194. 10,000 years had passed since Celestial Palace's establishment. In the endless river of time, time overflowed. Ingjie appeared in large numbers. Celestial Palace welcomed an unprecedented prosperity. The top-level heavenly talents who had accumulated for 10,000 years carried out an intense clash on the Nine Heavens Ascension path. This was an extremely glorious great era. After 10,000 years of accumulation, kings rose up, young supreme beings contended for supremacy. Three realms flourished. Terrifying heavenly talents reversed the situation, charging through Imperial Pass, triggering a great commotion. The era of the younger generation had truly arrived. 10,000 years had passed, and in the following 100,000 years, a group of young martial emperors had emerged. After 10,000 years of accumulation, Celestial Court flourished beyond compare. Immortal Emperor Zong had already disappeared for 5,000 years, never appearing again. Some people said that immortal Emperor Zong went to seek the faintly discernible supreme path, others saying that he left, heading outside the three realms. Black King, Big Bro, and Su Yin, these three great experts had remained silent for 5,000 years, not showing their faces. It hurts so much. That day, in the depths of Celestial Court, a miserable roar resounded. Over 100 great stars in the universe trembled chaotically, as if they were all heading towards destruction. The nine-color deity land had swallowed all the spiritual liquids of heaven and earth. It contained an unparalleled heavenly scripture that had shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. It emitted waves of immortality that went against the laws of the universe. Kill. The Big Bro, who had remained silent for 5,000 years, erupted with power, shocking the three-realm space-time. His blood and chi were flourishing, like an unmatched overlord of the present world, his roar shaking the great cosmos, destroying ancient star sea. However, for someone as powerful as the Big Bro, the calamity he suffered was indescribable. It was as if he crossed over the endless great age of destruction. The supreme natural laws and order that originated from the unreachable space-time, judging the prehistoric Big Bro. The Big Bro blocked the tribulation for the nine-colored immortal Earth. Once the great calamity descended, the nine-colored immortal Earth would definitely shatter, unable to survive. All those who defied the heavens would definitely suffer the wrath of heaven and earth. The kings of Celestial Court were confused. The Big Bro was already the most powerful expert in Celestial Court for the great Tao of the heavens. Why did he have to endure this type of tribulation? Just what kind of influence was this? Could it be that the three realms really were like a cosmos pond? If news of this idea got out, it would definitely trigger a world-shaking storm. His big brother seemed to have suffered a supreme judgment. His entire body was covered in cracks, and he almost lost his life. However, Big Brother was no ordinary human. He had reversed the battle prowess and destroyed the great calamity, collapsing all the laws and order of this world. The Big Brother's body was tall and intimidating. Terrifying order energy blasted around him as he stared at the nine-colored celestial soil with his intimidating eyes. At the most critical moment, all kinds of anomalies appeared in the deepest part of the celestial court. Blood flowed into the extraterrestrial land. Auspicious signs filled the big worlds, and bloody disasters arrived in the deepest part of the celestial court. Year after year, this made all the kings tremble in fear. If Big Brother had not been guarding the celestial court, there would have been a great disaster. At the most critical moment, Big Brother even used the cauldron of myriad worlds to destroy the disaster. Boom! That day, the celestial court rippled with the sound of scriptures like the sea. The attacks made the blood and chi in the king's bodies boil. It was as if millions of great Tao mountains were pressing down, shaking them until they were dizzy. The immortal and indestructible scripture had completed its final development. The earth's immortal soil was somewhat ruined, as if it had lost all of its essence energy. The true spirit it had condensed was so illusory that it was about to collapse. You should recuperate and recover. Don't come out of seclusion for the time being. After you've fully recovered, I'll help you forge your body. Big Brother promised seriously. He also took out an emperor's pill and scattered it on top of the earth's immortal soil. The earth's immortal soil's contribution to the 5,000 years of suffering couldn't go unnoticed. It was a great contributor to the celestial court. The emperor's pill's medicinal strength was powerful, causing the earth's immortal soil to flourish. However, its decline was too great, and its spirituality was about to disperse. 1. The sparkling and translucent soil shone and sprinkled down layer after layer of scripture characters. Finally, the complete, immortal, and indestructible scripture appeared. Big Brother watched and cultivated. Several years later, the chi and blood in his body roared and released immortal splendor. It was as if he had turned into an immortal and indestructible emperor. His injuries were healed, and the chi and blood in his body had reached an unprecedented peak. He couldn't help but be shocked. This scripture was truly world-shaking. At the same time, it also indicated that the giant born from the primal chaos was a heaven-defying product. After all, this scripture originated from the primal chaos giant. Where did Su Yin go? Big Brother frowned. He was worried that Su Yin had met with an accident and that he had lost himself in the pursuit of the Supreme Road. These years, he had resisted the great calamity. Logically speaking, Su Yin should have been able to see through it and come over. Could it be that he had been too quiet? As for the Supreme Road, what kind of road was that? Even the Dark Emperor, who had lived for countless years, hadn't rushed over. Big Brother even suspected that people like the human emperor and the ancestors of the three emperors might not have reached the Supreme Road. This meant that there might not even be hope for walking the Supreme Road. Big Brother couldn't leave the Celestial Court for half a step. Big Black had been silent for 5,000 years. Su Yin had disappeared for 5,000 years. The Celestial Court needed him to guard it. 300 years later, a resplendent great world suddenly spread out. Majestic and boundless fluctuations swept through the entire three realms. Look! The whole world was shocked. In the direction of the ruined dark world, a huge shadow appeared. It flowed with the light of purgatory. It was like a supreme god born from darkness, swallowing the great world. Boom! Its body emitted a boundless blazing light that burned the void. It was endlessly terrifying. The three realms were in turmoil. The entire land of darkness began to become infinitely powerful as the Black King continued to awaken. At this moment, the Black King seemed to have turned into the Lord of Darkness. He looked down on the boundless great world. His figure interweaved with the great Tao of darkness, making him more and more transcendent and terrifying. The whole world was shocked. The Black King had awakened and turned into the Lord of Darkness. This was a shocking historical change. Had the three-realm structure been completely reorganized? Dark radiance rushed out from the dark world, radiating the core of the three realms. Rumble. The three realms resonated with the great Tao. It was like the river of fate had manifested. The wheels of history rumbled, cutting through the past, present, and future, affecting millions of lives. This kind of fluctuation was too majestic. It rippled through the three realms space-time and flowed towards the great world of the celestial court. It caused the celestial court to flourish brilliantly. It was imperceptibly terrifying by a large margin. Big Brother clearly captured that the three realms revolved around the celestial court. The surging energy current pierced through the celestial court, forming a majestic structure. In the end, all of this pierced through the three realms mountain. This mountain was originally damaged. After 10,000 years of reconstruction, the three realms mountain became the cradle of the celestial court's young geniuses. At this moment, the three realms mountain was trembling. Hazy, there was actually a supreme fluctuation gradually leaking out. This supreme aura cleansed the heavens and sorted out the great Tao. It was as if the three realms' ancestral dragon was lying down. It was like an extremely terrifying Tao mark. In a short period of time, it tore through the long river of time and cut through all the worlds of the three realms. Those who weren't powerful with divine abilities couldn't see through this Tao mark. It was also like a kind of great Tao vibration that swept through the hearts and minds of the experts in the heavens. It made them feel that the world was completely different. It was as if they had seen the path of supremacy. The sword ancestor growled. He seemed to have comprehended something. This was the great era of the three realms. He received great inspiration. Suddenly, he was about to defy the heavens and awaken, breaking through all the shackles. In a vast universe, the world of mortals was a golden age, flourishing and prosperous. In a city where mortals lived, an old man suddenly raised his head. His deep eyes pierced through the three realms space-time and finally fixed on the three realms mountain. He caught the supreme fluctuation rising. It began to howl and spread through the three realms space-time. The old man didn't move. It was as if he had turned into a stone statue. He stood in the ancient city of mortals. His body seemed extremely old and experienced. There wasn't much that could be seen from him. In his eyes, the three realms mountain was damaged. The path of supremacy that suddenly existed was also damaged and incomplete. It has balloon. Tao Divine Immortal laughed. The structure of the three realms was reorganized. The energy of the three realms pierced through and returned to the three realms mountain. In fact, if such a thing really happened, the celestial court would definitely think of a way to stop it. They didn't want other factors to appear in the rebuilding of the Golden Age. However, Big Brother's worries were unnecessary. The three realms mountain fiercely spewed out the supreme fluctuation, wanting to include the great creation matter of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, the world opened by Tao Divine Immortal was on the path of revival. It guided the creation matter of the three realms mountain over. Billions of creation matter, the energy of the three realms as one, flowed towards the three realms flower. This flower, the supreme soul medicine, announced its blooming. The leaves were sparkling and brilliant, sprinkling down a rain of soul light. One leaf after another carried the fortune of the three realms and formed the imprint of the great Tao. It was as if the three realms were protecting the stamen of the flower. Its blooming fluctuation was shocking. It was as if it was nurturing a supreme god, as if it was nurturing the heavens. The aura it emitted became more and more majestic and powerful. Vaguely, it emitted a vague supreme fluctuation. Was this the supreme medicine? The number one medicine of the three realms that could greatly help the supreme? Heavens, what is that? The three realms were in an uproar. Many experts noticed the auspicious signs. They saw a medicine blooming. The commotion was too ridiculous. It spread throughout the entire three realms. After all, the three realms flower needed the nourishment of the three realms origin to mature. Now that it was recovering, it emitted an unparalleled primordial spirit fluctuation. It practically pierced through the past, present, and future. Rumble, the three realms flower bloomed. The immortal sound of the great Tao bloomed like the ocean. The experts of the celestial world cried out. Their primordial spirits received astonishing nourishment. This was merely the auspicious sign of the flower blooming. It was hard to imagine how powerful the medicinal essence would be when it fully matured. 3 realms returned to 1. 3 realms, flower bloom. The great fortune that filled the sky surged towards the celestial court. The number 1 medicine of the 3 realms matured faster and faster. Auspicious clouds danced in the sky, turning into divine great Tao seeds that scattered down. Every great Tao seed fell into the forehead of the experts of the celestial court. It caused their primordial spirits to become resplendent and their soul energy to surge. This made them tremble. This flower was too heaven-defying. Once it was used as the main ingredient to refine the 9 revolutions creation pill, it would be enough to refine a furnace of supreme medicine that could bring the dead back to life. The experts of the celestial court received a baptism. One after another, their appearances were solemn. The 3 realms returned to 1 also indicated that the 3 realms had reached its peak. It seemed to be fixed, but also seemed to be the turning point of fate. The recombination of the destroyed 3 realms welcomed great fear. The outer heavenly vial earth exploded. It was as if millions upon millions of meteors were scattering down. They were about to descend upon the 3 realms and form a destructive attack. A hand extended outwards without limit. It pierced through the long river of time. In that instant, it was terrifying beyond compare. The large hand flourished. It destroyed the outer heavenly vial earth and covered the 3 realms flower. This hand was too terrifying. It covered the sky and covered the sun, covering the sun, moon, and stars. It was so powerful that it was as if a supreme expert was erupting. The place that the Tao, Saint Immortal, was guarding trembled violently. The kings of the celestial court felt as if they were struck by lightning. The Tao Saint Immortal's eyes widened in anger. The time he was most worried about had arrived. The enemy from the depths of the vile earth had returned. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The purple Qilin roared loudly. This was an unimaginable great disaster. It was extremely berserk as it directly pressed towards the celestial court. It wanted to pluck the 3 realms flower. The old brother's body was covered in cauldron flames. His scattered black hair danced about chaotically. A matchless great demonic god was going crazy. They're here. He released a low roar like a wild beast. The light in his pupils was intimidating. The most powerful era had arrived. The 3 realms had just returned to 1. Yet the enemies of the vile earth directly attacked. Chapter 2195. Long. Storms surged, crushing the great universe. A large hand reached out from the depths of the vile earth, dyed in blood radiance, covering the passageway. A fatal threat attacked. Tao Divine Immortal's pupils widened. This moment was too sudden. The other party directly slaughtered their way over. Their goal was simple and direct, to pick the 3 realm flower. She had protected this opportunity for tens of millions of years, so how could she just watch as it was seized by the enemy? Once the 3 realm flower was lost, all of her years of waiting would be for naught. The enemy is here. Tao Divine Immortal's expression was grave. Her white hand suddenly rose, her beautiful figure extremely powerful, as if a sleeping supreme empress had awoken, filling the sky with immortal splendor. This woman was completely different, possessing great divine abilities, intimidating all living things. The most powerful fighting strength pervaded the air. Tao Divine Immortal stepped towards the end of the passageway, her clothes fluttering about, possessing great might. However, that large hand that pressed down was even more majestic, unable to see the end. It swirled with divine and holy aura, making the sun, moon, and stars seem as insignificant as dust. Even though Tao Divine Immortal's magical force overflowed into the heavens, fighting strength at the peak, once her white hand collided with the massive hand, the latter's delicate body trembled slightly. Tao Divine Immortal's body and mind felt like they were being torn apart, her jade hand already badly mangled. However, she was extremely unordinary. After facing the attack of a peak expert, her body still became extremely resplendent, unstoppable, forcibly blocking this palm suppression. What a powerful enemy! Tao Divine Immortal's eyes widened in anger. Blood continuously flowed out from her jade hand. The expert who suddenly slaughtered his way over was extremely powerful. With just her strength alone, it was extremely difficult for her to resist for long. It was to the extent where Tao Divine Immortal felt that the expert who took action was definitely not inferior to the Dark Emperor at his peak. What kind of person was this? Could it be that the ancestor of the three emperors had returned? What kind of existence had lived for endless years? Their accumulations were unimaginable. Tao Divine Immortal's growth history was only a short few tens of millions of years. In the history of this type of person, a few tens of millions of years was too short. The large hand shone, smelting the universe. The slight fluctuations it released made much of the vile earth tremble and explode. All living things in the three realms trembled. A great explosion occurred in the land beyond the heavens, a rain of destructive light about to scatter across the three realms. However, if one wanted to pass, they had to break through the passageway opened by Tao Divine Emperor, and only then would they have a chance of returning to the three realms. What's that? Everyone trembled. Suddenly, a world-shaking passageway appeared, but there were still fluctuations that made them tremble. Wave after wave of fluctuations swept over, pressuring all life to the point of despair. They felt like this hand was a great hand of death that could capture the reincarnation of the heavens. Even the most powerful emperors were trembling, feeling like once that great hand crushed down, their bodies and spirits would immediately be wiped out. They couldn't stop this heaven-destroying, unmatched, murderous might at all. What kind of existence was erupting? The huge hand swept across the sky and pressed down heavily, directly crushing the Tao Saint Celestial. Boom! Big Brother strode over with a myriad world cauldron floating behind him. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent, and his disheveled grayish-white hair tore through the sky. He clenched his fist to resist. 10,000 years had passed, and Big Brother's battle prowess had increased tremendously. In an instant, his power had reached its peak. He was so terrifying that he could be called a peerless great demon god. He waved his fist and blocked the huge palm that was smashing toward him. Kill! Big Brother roared crazily. He brandished his fist again and again, smashing it endlessly towards the great hand that was crushing down on the three realms. The sounds of collision shook heaven and earth. The struggle for supremacy in the vile earth beyond the heavens was intense and cruel. The great river of time became indistinct, and all matter couldn't be seen clearly. Only the most powerful natural laws were rippling about, ready to break through the passageway's defensive line at any time. Immediately afterwards, a hint of horror flashed past the depths of Big Brother's eyes. It was because it wasn't just a single giant that was taking action. Dong! An ancient bronze fist appeared, and it was as if an unmatched heavenly emperor was brandishing his fist. The fist imprint was massive and terrifying, suppressing the great world. Endless chi and blood pervaded the air within, overwhelming the world of vile earth. Then, it smashed murderously towards the passageway. Big Brother exchanged a fist with it, the recoil making the chi and blood within his body tremble chaotically. His disheveled grayish-white hair danced about chaotically. His vital energy pierced through the great universe. Enemies appeared one after another, standing out one after another. The situation was extremely critical. The whole world was shocked. The power emitted by the fist imprint was boundless, and it was enough to make people despair. The fist exploded, blasting through the boundless sea of stars and vile earth. It was like a peerless fist imprint that came from the distant end of the universe. Immediately after, a third terrifying giant appeared, displaying the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was as if the 6 great reincarnation universes were rotating, covering the prosperity of the 3 realms. The world was full of een and darkness, and it was as if a giant hand of death was grasping their hearts. Not good. Sword Ancestor was aghast. His epiphany had been interrupted, and the unification of the three realms had begun to become unstable. From this, it could be seen how precious the three realms flower was. It had caused the enemies in the depths of the vile earth to jump out and fight for it. The appearance of the three supreme giants should be shocking enemies that came from the depths of the vile earth. The celestial world's celestial emperor, reincarnation monarch, and celestial emperor, the supreme existences of the three monarch families, appeared in the long river of time. With boundless and endless pressure, they attacked the celestial court at the same time. Who could withstand this kind of battle prowess? They were all giants that could be compared with the human emperor or dark emperor. They were truly invincible experts that could devour the universe. Who could fight against the situation where they joined forces to kill? Puff, puff. In a short period of time, the three terrifying creatures devoured the past, present, and future. This universe environment was attacked by lightning, and the celestial court was formed. The expert exploded, his body and soul annihilated. A large number of cultivators died. Bao Kai and the other Emperor Path experts trembled. Their flesh shells were cracking, as if they were about to explode. This was too terrifying. There was no way to resist it, no way to fight for supremacy. If the Celestial Emperor had not created this environment and given it a powerful protective order, they would have all been destroyed in an instant. The result was rather cruel. The kings could not accept it, and their hearts were filled with pain and helplessness. The strongest emperors roared madly one after another, trying their best to resist. They were also burning with anxiety. Once the great battle in the depths of the vile earth reached here, the lives of the three realms would definitely fall, and the casualties would be endless. Kill! Big Brother roared into the sky. The sleeping celestial court environment was awakened. The light of all worlds appeared, displaying the strongest combat power, and penetrated Big Brother's body. In an instant, Big Brother's combat power was terrifying. He used his peerless power and charged toward the three invincible giants. Is the battle in the depths of the vile earth over? The three giants are charging here. I vaguely feel that there are more than three of them. Could there be other enemies coming back? Dao Saint Immortal's face was gloomy. The three supreme giants combined, their combat power was too strong, sealing the sky and the earth. It was like billions of heavy hammers smashing down, suffocating everyone. The strongest Emperor Path experts cried out in despair. Big Brother roared and released his most invincible combat power to fight. However, the ending was cruel. Even someone as powerful as Big Brother, who had fused with the environment of the Celestial Court, was attacked by the combined forces of the three emperors. The light of myriad worlds that surrounded his body was riddled with holes, and waves of terrifying auras bombarded Big Brother's body. Boom! A palm imprint pressed down on his chest, a fist imprint pressed down on the top of his head, and a vast power of reincarnation assaulted the Big Brother's corporeal body. Big Brother was about to be defeated. His body was bleeding and swaying. This was the combined suppression of three Emperor ancestors. The Big Brother released a crazy roar, the flame of life igniting, erupting with even greater fighting strength, forcibly enduring through this short period of absolute death. Kill! Big Brother roared. His bleeding flesh shell shone with golden light. His invincible combat power erupted, and the cauldron of all worlds was awakened. The Celestial Court was flourishing. 10,000 worlds rotated and scattered down vast origin symbols, endlessly giving Big Brother the strongest combat power to stop the three Emperor ancestors. Big Brother borrowed the power of the Celestial Court environment to display unparalleled combat power. He temporarily blocked the attacks of the three Emperor ancestors. But how long could this situation last? The enemy is here. The sleeping Black King suddenly woke up and opened his cold eyes. He overturned the past and present and controlled purgatory. Boom! His large claws traversed the universe. He controlled the book of life and death and attacked the reincarnation emperor. Big Black's attack was very shocking. Although it didn't accumulate enough power, it relied on the Book of Life and Death to temporarily resist the Reincarnation Emperor's power. Big Brother controlled the celestial court environment to the extreme. It erupted with billions of laws and orders to resist the three Emperor ancestors. You think you can stop us from returning? The three Emperor ancestors shouted coldly. The Celestial Emperor, the Reincarnation Emperor, and the Immortal Emperor, these three giants who lived in myths and legends, crossed over with their true bodies. They wanted to return to the three realms and pluck the three realms' flower. The Tao Saint Immortal reversed his combat power and rushed forward. The silent chaos giant woke up and hacked down with a world-destroying axe toward the outer space. A great battle, a terrifying and boundless battle, was forming. The top experts of the celestial court blocked the passage to the three realms from the depths of the vile earth. They definitely wouldn't allow the three Emperor ancestors to return. Can we stop such a terrifying battle? The celestial court is already flourishing. What kind of enemy is it facing now? Is it an invasion from outer space? Even the strongest emperors can't help. What level will the battle in the future be? Everyone in the three realms was terrified and uneasy. The dark world had already been destroyed, and the three realms entered an era of peace. Only 5,000 years had passed, but today, such a ridiculous battle had actually occurred. Some of the younger generation's supreme experts were feeling extremely uncomfortable. Their history was too short and wasn't enough to participate in this kind of struggle. They felt powerless. The enemy's attack on them was quite heavy. Although the battle had only erupted for a short period of time, it had progressed to such a level that it was completely destroying the world. The vile earth world collapsed. All kinds of destructive light, rain, fell down and shattered the passage they were guarding. Boom! Black King, Big Brother, Tao Saint Immortal, and Chaos Giant. The four great experts fought the three Emperor ancestors. The celestial court and the dark world's environment continued to awaken. They maintained the passage and did their best to resist the fierce attacks of the three Emperor ancestors. The world-destroying battle continued. The vile earth world collapsed completely and formed a boundless black hole of death. No! Xing Tian, Battle God, and the others roared in anger. They even felt pale and powerless. The attack on them today was too heavy. What was that? The three emperors weren't the only enemies. One terrifying expert after another slaughtered their way over, following the long river of time and space, whistling through the great waves of history. The great stars in the sky exploded, and the endless burial earth was being torn apart. Heavens! Everyone cried out in despair. One after another, a total of 5 big shots walked out from the depths of the vile earth. They were so imposing that they could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. If the 3 emperor ancestors and the others were included, there were a total of 8 supreme existences. How could this be? How many enemies are there in the depths of the vile earth? How many existences surpassing the supreme existences are there? Zi Qilin and the others stared angrily. Could the celestial court withstand this kind of situation? Supreme existences. The sword ancestors' scattered hair danced in the wind. Only those who had stepped into the supreme realm had the qualifications to participate in this kind of battle. Otherwise, they would be insignificant characters. After all, they were facing old antiques who had cultivated for countless years. They were powerful and possessed remarkable abilities. In the blood-soaked passage, the 4 great experts seemed to be somewhat weak. They were facing the attacks of the supreme existences. The long river of time and space was in chaos and was about to change directions. The huge passage also began to tremble. Rumble, wave after wave, terrifying and boundless waves swept over endlessly. The impact caused the 3 realms to rumble. The great Tao of the heavens seemed to be overturned, and a great disaster was about to appear. The aura of the 8 supreme big shots was enough to devour all living things. Suddenly, the new world opened by the Tao, celestial emperor, rumbled violently. Fortunately, the Celestial Court's experts had retreated. Otherwise, the losses would be immeasurable. All living things in the three realms were terrified. The terrifying historical change, the prosperous Celestial Court encountered a disaster. 8 invincible big shots with terrifying auras appeared in the long river of time and space. Some formed seals, some performed great magical abilities, and some threw artifacts. This scene had a demonic nature. It was as if the supreme big shots living above the heavens had descended on the three realms one after another. The passage couldn't resist. It trembled violently, and many large cracks had already appeared. It would be destroyed at any time. Boom! Suddenly, a vast wave was awakened within the three realms. The process was quite shocking. After all, the power released when it was activated was too majestic. It swept across the three realms' time and space. It was more shocking than the collapse of the heavens and the earth. Its immortal Emperor Zhang's aura, countless living things shouted. Some people noticed that a white-haired old man appeared in the sky and stood at the end of the universe. His shadow was boundless and devoured all light. It was as if the strongest person in the three realms had appeared out of nowhere. His white hair was scattered and covered his face. Only a pair of extremely sharp eyes could be seen. It was as if a peerless heavenly blade was being unsealed. Boom! Suddenly, the vitality that had been dormant for 5,000 years gradually awakened. His heart beat, and his blood and chi flooded the universe. It was as if the three realms were pulsating at the same time. The awakening wave was too terrifying. His hair was fluttering in the wind. Immortal Emperor Zhang's blood and chi were unparalleled. He recovered the combat power of his heyday and looked down on the vast world. Su Yan was majestic and imposing. He could split the heavens and the earth. He was omnipotent. After 5,000 years of slumber, the moment of awakening shook the three realms. Boom! Su Yan's arms tore through the long river of time and stepped into the passage of the battlefield. Kill! Immortal Emperor Zhang's eyes widened. His killing intent was blazing and terrifying as it tore through the heavens. The slumbering emperor body suddenly awakened. His fist imprint reflected the 33 heavens and intertwined with the order of the ultimate law. In an instant, he charged forward. The invincible Overlord pushed the heavens and dominated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. After 5,000 years, Immortal Emperor Zhang had cultivated to an extremely powerful domain. He was like a supreme god standing at the core of the three realms. He waved his fist imprint, and 10 colors of treasures rose and formed the 33 heavens. Boom! This attack was extremely powerful and domineering. It caused the world of vile earth to tremble violently. Countless cracks in time and space appeared. Kill! Another loud roar exploded. Su Yan's aura surged to the extreme. His body seemed to have turned into a 9-colored heavenly coffin that carried the inheritance of the supreme orthodoxy. He reversed his combat power and caused the long river of time to collapse. He charged toward the peerless figures standing in the long river of time and space. Chapter 2196. After 5,000 years, the slumbering immortal Emperor Zhang unleashed his full power and unleashed an invincible combat power. The immortal Emperor body emitted the fluctuations of the 33 heavens burial cave. It was filled with supreme power and blocked the monstrous impact of the passageway. Su Yan's black hair danced in the wind. His essence, energy, and spirit were extremely dense and powerful. His immortal emperor body was shaped like a supreme saint fetus and also like a 9-colored heavenly coffin. After 5,000 years of accumulation, Su Yan tried to find the path of supremacy. However, each attempt ended in failure. The path of supremacy was like a non-existent path. The environment of the three realms was suddenly reorganized. However, the background of the three-world mountain was also incomplete. However, Su Yan believed that in the distant past, during the era when the three-world mountain was complete, the path of supremacy might have existed. Without guidance, without a goal, and with the limitations of the environment, this path was too difficult. There was almost no hope. For Big Brother and the others, the world was terrible. They were suppressed, and it was equivalent to living in the age of chaos. They couldn't advance any further. This was quite unbearable for a heaven-defying expert. In the end, Su Yin decided to do the opposite. Obviously, Su Yin had completely merged the nine-colored heavenly coffin with his body. The strength of his physical body was indescribable. After all, the three heavenly coffins were too hard and shocking. Bastard, an ant dares to compete with us? You don't know your place. The 8 supreme giants shouted coldly. Their figures were blurry and majestic. Although the other 5 were inferior to the 3 immortal emperors, they were also peerless experts. They were at the same level as Blackie and the others. Their might shook the universe and was boundless. A bunch of trash. Immortal Emperor Zhang's expression was cold. He placed his hands behind his back and shouted angrily. The 3 realms have already been unified. Those who dare to invade will be killed without mercy. Ants kill them. The 8 supreme giants' eyes were cold. They roared one after another and instantly emitted a shocking combat power. The world of destruction shook violently. 8 layers of boundless energy covered the long river of time and space. It covered everything as if the world of destruction was awakening. This scene was truly frightening. The imposing immortal Emperor Zhang seemed a little short and small. He did his best to activate the 33 heavens and stood in the powerful domain, erupting with the brilliance of the 33 heavens. Even so, the energy tide of the 8 giants was unstoppable. Murderous intent overflowed into the heavens, and terrifying waves surged. Even the river of time became blurry as it rushed towards Su Yin. Roar! Su Yin faced the sky and roared. His emperor body violently trembled, and his flesh was about to rot and explode. Thick blood scattered down, dyeing the world red. His back was too tall, and his back was facing everyone as he blocked the passage. He activated his mysterious technique and unleashed his strongest power, causing the outerverse to collapse with a roar. The 9-colored heavenly coffin was no ordinary object after all. The radiance of the 33 layered heavens that surged out pierced through Su Yan's forehead, causing his entire figure to appear supreme. It was as if the heavenly coffin was floating in the vast ocean, ferocious beyond compare. The mighty force that filled the sky was blocked by Su Yan. Similarly, Immortal Emperor Zhang was also riddled with wounds, and his body was bleeding. However, Su Yan was not afraid. He raised his hand, and the immortal slaying sword that was floating in the divine furnace of heaven and earth was instantly unsheathed. The murderous intent was terrifying, and in the midst of the great universe, the world of adversity was cut apart. This weapon was too powerful. After 5,000 years of nurturing, it was dazzling and dazzling. It was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. It flew towards Su Yan's palm, and 10 layers of the heaven-punishing great Tao rippled out. They merged into one and evolved into the supreme, heaven-punishing great Tao. Slash! Su Yan roared angrily, and his chi and blood surged. The 33 layered heavens protected his true body, and the world-destroying battle-axe fell into his right hand. Battle-axe, immortal slaying sword. The 2 supreme treasures awakened at the same time. The axe flashed, and the sword radiance was endless. In a short period of time, Su Yin fought madly. His body was blazing, and he released the most invincible power to contend against the 8 challengers. Kill! The great power of the 3 realms awakened. Immortal World, Celestial Court, Dark World, the 3 great environments, interweaved with trillions of cosmic torrents. They continuously battered towards the passage, forming an inexhaustible sea of natural laws. Big Brother, Tao, Saint Immortal, and Black King, the 3 great experts roared angrily. Great divine abilities were displayed, and they pushed forth the most powerful murderous power, blasting towards the long river of time and space. Those who offend my celestial court will be punished no matter how far away they are. Black King roared loudly. The book of life and death flipped open, and the undersea purgatory awakened. It turned into the ancestor of darkness, a matchless, vicious existence that appeared ferocious beyond compare. It united with the celestial court's experts, erupting with the most brilliant fighting strength. It towered at the end of the passage, fighting a bloody battle against the enemy. This type of battle didn't belong to adversity, nor did it belong to the three realms. To be more precise, it belonged to the long river of time and space. To be more precise, the true bodies of the 8 giants were also extremely far from here. They reversed the flow of heaven and earth, piercing through the long river of time and space to suppress the three realms. In reality, their goal was the three-realm flower. Unfortunately, the three realms were in turmoil. The three-realm flower stopped blooming, and the petals all closed. The natural luck didn't appear, and it returned to silence. After waiting for endless years, the three-realm flower's ripening was interrupted. This made Tao, Saint Immortal, furious. Without the 9 revolutions creation pill, heaven suppressing, and the Supreme Empress couldn't reincarnate and return. A group of evil creatures, those who stand in my way, will all fall. The Immortal Emperor was furious. This was the order of the universe that belonged to them, the source of their energy. Now, it was actually grasped by the Celestial Court. Back then, if not for Tao, Saint Immortal Emperor interfering, the era wouldn't be the current era. What is that? The entire world trembled, and countless creatures cried out in alarm. It was because the scene was too shocking. 8 terrifying creatures appeared one after another, towering at the end of the long river of time and space. The aura they released destroyed the ancient star sea, tearing apart the great stars of history. It was to the extent where they reversed the long river of time and space, their true bodies crossing the endless sea, crossing towards the three realms. These 8 incomparably terrifying existences were getting closer and closer to the three realms. Their auras were also becoming more and more powerful. This made Su Yin roar madly. It was too cruel. The great battle in the depths of the vile earth was too cruel. It was to the extent where the enemies weren't just these. Su Yin even wanted to gather the 3 great heavenly coffins to guard this path, cutting off their hope of crossing over and returning. In reality, the Big Brother and the others' expressions were ugly. Was the Celestial Court defeated? The group of enemies covered the sky, about to counterattack and return. How long? The heavens exploded, and the heavens wept blood. A bitter aura rippled over, even more intense and excessive than the bitter aura of the Dark World's blood. The 8 terrifying creatures passed. They were all riddled with scars, and their conditions weren't too good. Their chi and blood were declining, and their primordial spirits were dim. It was clear that they had encountered a great battle in the depths of the vile earth. After fighting bloody battles for a long time, they suffered heavy injuries. Now, they urgently wanted to return because they had captured the three-realm flower. This was the most powerful medicine of the 3 realms. Once they could grasp it, their camp would recover its foundation, and they would continue to be powerful and unrivaled. Kill! Cold shouts sounded. One after another, the unmatched creatures riddled with scars roared, causing the vile earth to collapse. The roiling mist was also destroyed, and a path was opened. No matter what, they cannot barge into the 3 realms and disrupt the Celestial Court's unity. Su Yin shouted, and killing light shot out in all directions from his pupils. Terrifying fluctuations were emitted, about to devour the vile earth beyond the heavens. This group of unmatched creatures had opened the world in the depths of the vile earth, and their true bodies were crossing over to return. He could already feel the fluctuations of a great world burning down. Once this group of people slaughtered their way back, the 3 realms would be drowned in a sea of blood. So it was like this. The Black King's emotions were somewhat out of control. At this moment, they could clearly see the scene in the depths of the vile earth. That was a boundless sea of laws formed from order. Irregular scenes burned the heavens, and all the emperors in the sky were falling to their deaths. This was the true buried emperor vile earth, forming the buried emperor ocean. It was full of terrifying killing intent, and once the most powerful emperors fell in, their chances of death were extremely high. In particular, the buried emperor ocean was not calm at all. Great waves surged, broken stars drifted, and enormous corpses were faintly discernible. All kinds of prehistoric vicious fluctuations were emitted, and the light of great destruction flowed out. Once this ocean was formed, it would be extremely difficult to cross it. It was truly difficult to imagine. What exactly happened when the buried emperor ocean was formed, and how many experts had fallen? No wonder they couldn't explore the depths of the vile earth back then. This path had long since ceased to exist. Only by displaying the most unrivaled battle prowess could they hope to open the buried emperor ocean. The 8 great tattered creatures crossed the ocean. They used their supreme divine abilities to hack open a great path and return to the 3 realms. There are still people. The dragon turtle's enormous body trembled as if it had really gone mad. The 8 great tattered creatures, their bodies flowing with blood, crossed the buried emperor ocean. Although they were extremely far away, they could still see them clearly. However, behind this group of people, in the distant world of blood, there were people who stepped onto the path of return one after another. Who would dare to believe such a scene? Were the 8 giants not terrifying enough? Another group walked out one after another. The kings of the celestial court roared in grief and indignation. What kind of enemies did Monkey King and the others encounter? Where was the Tao celestial emperor? Why couldn't they see him? The enemies were too terrifying. Once they returned, who could contend against them? Calm down a bit. The big brother berated angrily. Those aren't enemies. They're our people. Our own people. What? Our own people. The entire world rumbled. Everyone trembled, and then they cried out in excitement. Were they their own people? The big brother could sense that they had suddenly experienced too much. There was a heaven-reaching bloody aura, but there were still familiar fluctuations. As expected, that path of return produced a terrifying storm. Killing intent overflowed into the heavens, shocking past and present. A great battle erupted in the buried emperor ocean. The ocean region trembled chaotically, the sea of vile earth rumbling. The heavenly monkey king roared, suddenly staring at a figure that towered between heaven and earth. Its body suddenly withered up, suddenly covered in bloodstains. However, its fighting strength was too terrifying, its might reaching the heavens. That was a divine monkey, too high to reach. Holy might roiled, the source of the universe, trembling. Millions and millions of great waves surged in the buried emperor ocean, battering the heavens until bloody holes filled the sky. He grasped the 5-colored immortal iron staff, his figure too high to reach. He looked down on the heavens, rebuking the buried emperor ocean. Dong! It brandished the great staff, smashing towards the group of enemies. Roaring until the great river of time opened up and the buried emperor ocean became blurry, about to explode. The heavenly monkey rushed towards the great river of time, energy surging within its body that was about to become a bag of bones, destroying the great universe, stirring up the buried emperor ocean. He grabbed the 5-colored immortal iron staff with a single hand, attacking fiercely. Kill! The heavenly monkey roared, domineering beyond compare. It suddenly fought a bloody battle for endless years, its chest full of battle blood, still able to incinerate the heavens throughout eternity. FPZW. Chapter 2197. Killing intent surged, buried emperor sea rumbling endlessly. This sea was large to the point where it was boundless, as if it was refined from the boundless cosmos, filling the depths of the vile earth. How long? The ocean surface's waves surged endlessly, slapping about the destructive laws of order, able to easily kill monarch-level giants. Corpses and bones roiled about at the limits of the vile earth, this type of scene shocking everyone. Roar. The heavenly monkey's heroic appearance was domineering, its roar terrifying. Even though its body was withered, once it went berserk, it still possessed boundless might. Its fiery eyes shot in all directions, divine light shooting into the nine hells. A pair of golden heavenly eyes burning like a world-burning sea of flames, instantly incinerating the reincarnation of heaven and earth. It roared loudly, its ruined body burning with raging flames, as if it was the most powerful overlord that had trampled through an infernal sea of flames, its roar making the great cosmos tremble violently. The heavenly monkey went berserk, fighting a bloody battle without the slightest trace of fear. Only the most powerful fighting strength that could dominate the 9 heavens and 10 earths was released, its heroic aura matchless. The 8 great unmatched giants berated angrily, their injuries similar to the heavenly monkey's. They angrily berated the heavenly monkey, releasing waves of great Tao discussion, as if they were expounding great karma for it and its brothers. The heavenly monkey didn't say a word, full of iron-blooded tyranny. What karma, what influence? Only the staff in its hands fiercely responded, slaughtering its way into the group of enemies, fighting a bloody battle of monarchs. Brother Monkey, the Black King roared, his eyes widening, incomparably excited. It was them, the most powerful group of giants from the celestial court, that stopped their return. After tens of millions of years of bloody battle, they were still alive. It was to the extent where they discover a man who looked extremely similar to Tao, Celestial Emperor, his appearance a bit aged. That should be Tao Jia, Tao Celestial Emperor's son. Once Tao Celestial Emperor's bloodline was activated, the most powerful fighting strength would be released, slaughtering its way into the enemy. It wasn't just them. One after another, powerful experts that could devour the great cosmos slaughtered their way over, some of their bodies half-crippled, some covered in injuries, but their fighting strength was extremely ferocious, starting a great battle. Dong dong dong. An enormous primal chaos bell shook, immediately producing a sea of primal chaos, producing millions upon millions of primal chaos storms, blasting through the great world. It was controlled by a primal chaos woman, her magical force overflowing into the heavens, her divine abilities great. Once the great bell pressed down, it was about to destroy the golden great world. A woman shrouded in primal chaos energy wielded a primal chaos bell, instantly colliding with the celestial race's celestial emperor weapon. The 2 great experts roared. Before their weapons collided, they erupted with a bloody struggle that overflowed into the heavens. This was completely a head-on clash. In a short period of time, they reached the pinnacle. Their fighting strength was boundless and endless. Kill. The most powerful battle erupted. The buried Emperor Sea was engulfed in hurricanes, accompanied by corpses, broken artifacts, and buried Emperor laws. The river of time was thrown into chaos, destroying the peace of the great world. This was a battle that truly shocked the past and dazzled the present. They're still alive. Tao Saint Celestial clenched his fists. Back then, their combat strength was about the same, but Chaos Girl and the others had been through tens of millions of years of battles. They were old and weak, their bodies were skinny, and they looked completely different. However, one after another, they were filled with great boldness as they charged forward, blocking the group of enemies. Boom! Su Yan's blood was boiling. The Black King was also roaring. He wanted to charge in and join the battle. It was because the great battle was too bitter. Were there only 8 groups of enemies? Of course not. There were still terrifying giants charging over one after another. Their bodies were broken and bleeding, but their fighting strength was truly unimaginable. Su Yan even caught a stalwart figure. His body was surrounded by the light of origin lightning. He was too similar to the creatures in Three World Mountain. Could this be his true body? This was relatively terrifying. In a single exchange, he fought fiercely with a peerlessly beautiful woman, causing a corner of the buried Emperor's Sea to explode. It was hard to imagine just what level he was at. The Celestial Court had more than 10 terrifying war gods. Their fighting strength was unparalleled. After tens of millions of years of bloody battles, they lost a bunch of brothers. Those who survived all made astonishing progress. Heavenly Elder, I see Heavenly Elder. Big Goldie suddenly roared. He was so emotional that tears fell. His tall and sturdy body was trembling. He had completely lost control of his emotions. He was a tall and sturdy old man who controlled an immortal pagoda. That was Bury the Heavens. The immortal pagoda covered the sky and flowed with Bury the Heavens. This kind of fluctuation was too familiar. Big Goldie was definitely not mistaken. No, Big Goldie suddenly knelt on the ground and roared like a wild beast. His eyes were filled with tears of blood. His golden body was burning. His angry blood rushed to the top of his head. His body was about to self-destruct. No, Big Goldie's eyes were about to split open. He couldn't bear it. The corners of his eyes collapsed. He roared until his body was cracking. Sometimes history was cruel. It was different for what he thought. It overturned his thinking. Bury the Heavens stood on the opposing side. It controlled the immortal pagoda and suppressed the ferocious heavenly monkey. Boom! The five-colored immortal iron cudgel and the immortal pagoda collided, overturning the order of 10,000 Tao. The two experts were both top experts. They fought with their lives on the line. The battlefield was riddled with holes. Big Goldie roared as if he had gone mad. The truth of history was cruel. It was like knives stabbing into Big Goldie's heart. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His true spirit flickered, as if it was about to shatter. Big Goldie, calm down. Bao Kai and the others were upset. Why did it have to end like this? The human world had been destroyed by the influence of the wretched earth. Why did Bury the Heavens make an enemy of the Celestial Court? They couldn't understand. Perhaps, no matter the internal strife of the three worlds, they were truly on the same side. Perhaps, in their eyes, the Celestial Court was different. It was their enemy. I can't calm down. I can't calm down. Big Goldie roared. He pounded his chest with his fists. Blood kept flowing out his mouth. He didn't know what to do. Bury the Heavens was his master. Big Goldie had always been loyal and had been waiting for his return. If Bury the Heavens ordered him to switch sides to the Celestial Court, he didn't know what he would do. His primordial spirit was about to explode. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. It was too painful. Su Yin sighed. He reached out his hand and pressed it on the top of Big Goldie's head. A great force attacked him, and he gradually fell silent. At the same time, he pointed his finger and cut off this part of Big Goldie's memory. After doing all this, Su Yin raised his hand and sent Big Goldie into the burying cave. Sometimes, what you see may not be the truth. I will find the answer. It's too heavy for you, or for both of us. Su Yin murmured. His mood was very complicated. He looked a little deep as he stared at the broken Three Worlds mountain. The more powerful he was, the more terrifying he was, the more lonely he felt. Emperor Zhang's eyes emitted coldness as he watched the great battle in the depths of the wretched earth. Su Yin was now the master of the celestial world and the pillar of the Celestial Court. He wouldn't let any disaster affect the Three Worlds. This was his will. This was his belief that couldn't be changed. Kill. Waves rolled in the buried Emperor Sea. The killing power shook the past and the present. The battle was getting more and more brutal. The path that crossed the buried Emperor Sea was also blurring and collapsing. Bastard kill. A group of terrifying creatures from the enemy camp roared. Their battle power surged in a short period of time. They couldn't find any amazing resources in the world that could heal their injuries quickly, but the Three Worlds flower could. As long as they could take the Three Worlds flower away, the battle in the depths of the wretched earth could be declared over. After all, the two camps had been fighting for a long time. They had deteriorated too much. If either side could have several peak quasi-supreme beings, it would be a great help to the battle. They seemed to be especially crazy. Their broken bodies burned and released terrifying Tao radiance. They tore the sky apart and wanted to break through the passage to the Three Worlds again. Roar! An earth-shattering roar exploded. Heavenly Monkey, whose battle power was at its peak, went crazy. He waved the five-colored immortal iron rod and sent the immortal pagoda flying. At the same time, Monkey King rose from the ground. His fiery golden eyes burned. His emaciated flesh shell released the original light of order and penetrated the five-colored immortal iron rod. Oh! A loud noise sounded. The immortal iron rod enlarged endlessly, reaching millions and millions of zhong. It propped up the heavens and destroyed the great world. Boundless divine force scattered down, simply filling the buried Emperor Sea. More than 10 giants from the celestial court slaughtered their way over, displaying great divine abilities to protect Monkey King. It was a scene that shocked the world. Heavenly Monkey's crown covered the past and present. His arms swung the million zhong immortal iron rod, his roar changing the course of the great river of time. The million zhong immortal iron rod smashed towards the buried Emperor Sea, frantically stirring. Hong Long Long. The buried Emperor Sea's aura was berserk. The enormous immortal iron rod stirred up the ocean. The ocean surface surged with millions and millions of waves, forming a super powerful buried emperor great whirlpool. It rumbled as it spun, forming an enormous eye of the sea, full of fluctuations that could grind all life to death. Break for me, Heavenly Monkey roared. His broken body was bleeding, using the extreme power. Monkey King, Black King roared. He saw the five-colored immortal iron rod explode. This was the vicious weapon Monkey King spent tens of millions of years to refine, drinking the blood of those at the same level as him. His life, supreme treasure, self-destructed, forming a five-colored tornado, merging with the buried Emperor Sea's great whirlpool, thus forming an unimaginable five-colored great whirlpool, laying horizontally in the buried Emperor Sea. Disgraceful! Celestial Race's Heavenly Emperor roared angrily. The buried Emperor Sea formed a world-destroying whirlpool, rippling with endless Emperor Sea's natural order, releasing tremendous might, blocking their path of return. The buried Emperor Great Whirlpool rumbled as it spun, refining the five-colored immortal iron rod's fragments. Once an expert entered, they would directly make the Great Whirlpool spin crazily, enough to destroy heaven and earth, kill those at the same level. It was to the extent where the faster the whirlpool spun, the greater the power that surged out, drawing in the distant buried Emperor Sea's energy, rushing towards the great whirlpool. Big Black roared, its eyes blood red, really wanting to slaughter its way in and join the battle. They cut off their own path of retreat, trapping the enemy in the vile earth depths, not allowing them to approach the three realms. There is still a chance. Slaughter our way back. We have hope of recovery. Kill. A group of terrifying creatures roared, and the whirlpool formed by the buried Emperor Sea continued to strengthen and expand. But now, there was still a trace of a chance to open the buried Emperor Sea. Kill. They had completely gone crazy, releasing a series of great divine abilities. Sky Monkey suffered serious internal injuries, and his life weapon broke, greatly reducing his combat strength. The tragic battle shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Suddenly, the great whirlpool of destruction appeared. Even though they were separated by time and space, Su Yin and the others could still see the tragic battle. Blood flew everywhere, stars exploded, and the long river of time and space rumbled. The terrifying battle tide surged violently. The buried Emperor Sea's great whirlpool was about to completely spin, gathering the natural order of the buried Emperor Sea to form a passage. In the end, a path was forcefully opened. Boom! A huge cauldron suddenly slammed into it. This cauldron was monstrous. Yin and Yang shot out, surrounding each other, tearing a huge gap, displaying the supreme heavenly might, majestic and majestic. Ha! The three realms, what delicious food! I can already smell the vitality of all living beings. A giant ferocious beast with a body divided into yin and yang rushed out. It laughed eerily, and its huge black and white eyes were filled with greed. It looked down at the three realms, completely treating the three realms as food on a plate. Chapter 2198. The Yin-Yang Tao Cauldron. Thick yin and yang energies rose from the mouth of the cauldron, expounding the mysteries of yin and yang. This supreme treasure was extremely powerful, almost turning into a supreme artifact. Boom! The Tao Cauldron rumbled and spun, burning to the extreme. It emitted an extremely powerful might, causing the yin and yang energies to fuse. It deduced the mysteries of the supreme Tao, forcibly opening up a passage. It charged over, to the extent where several terrifying, unmatched giants slaughtered their way out one after another, releasing sinister laughter as they looked down on the three realms from high above. They all wanted to devour the cosmos, to grow, to recover, to stand at the peak of their power. Boom! However, this passage only lasted for a short period of time. The Yin-Yang Tao Cauldron suddenly trembled. The great whirlpool's power was too shocking. It spun wildly, shattering the yin and yang energies that filled the sky. Moreover, this cauldron directly exploded. Bastard! The giant yin-yang beast roared angrily. You destroyed my supreme treasure. I'll slaughter all of your races and drink the blood of billions of creatures. Not only did the Tao Cauldron explode, but it also crossed over. One after another, creatures with surging vitality cried out in unison. They fell into the crazily spinning whirlpool and were strangled by the fragments of the five-colored immortal iron staff. It was as if the sky was full of five-colored stars smashed into their bodies, and a huge amount of buried Emperor Sea fluctuated. Save me! These terrifying giants were heavily injured. Their bodies were riddled with holes, and they almost died. They still had a breath of life and struggled with all their might. After all, they were very close to the end of the buried Emperor Sea. The yin-yang beast and several other terrifying creatures took action, opening a passage with great difficulty, and pulled their miserable bodies out. They were still alive, and they roared angrily. Celestial Court die. Their eyes emitted incomparably malevolent coldness. After tens of millions of years of bitter battle, many of their companions had died. These people all had great origins. They were either the rulers of the universe beyond the heavens or the supreme giants of the Three Realms Mountain. Of the 8 terrifying creatures, 4 were severely injured while the other 4 retained most of their battle prowess. Their eyes were filled with madness, and the first thing they wanted to do was to annihilate the Celestial Court, to kill all living beings. The Three Realms flower can mature again. God is helping me. The yin-yang beast's sinister eyes noticed the closed three-realm flower. Sinister liquid flowed out from the corner of its mouth, and it began to laugh maniacally. This was a great chance for them to recover. As long as they could stand at the peak, the war of vile earth could also end. Ants, you want to block our way back. Is that so? An expert with a face as sharp as a knife and sword wings on his back stared at the passageway outside the Three Realms with eyes as sharp as heavenly swords. He was also staring at immortal Emperor Zong and the other experts. Their cultivations were too powerful, and they'd lived for countless years. All of them emanated overflowing, baleful fluctuations that pressed down towards the Three Realms. Boom! The sky wept blood, and the great Tao trembled. The entire 3 dimensions were in chaos. The earth quaked, and the mountains shook while countless living beings were terrified and unable to calm down. These were the fluctuations of world obliteration, and they surged through the buried Emperor Ocean and ceaselessly pressed down towards the 3 dimensions. Everyone howled in grief. The World Extermination Great War was approaching. Some people really wanted to know exactly what benefits the destruction of the 3 dimensions would bring to them. Could it be that the source of the chaos in the 3 dimensions was caused by this group of people? Exactly what sort of objective did they have? Who do you think you are? Su Yan's eyes shot out cold lightning, and his disheveled black hair danced in the wind. He roared, "The 3 realms are united, and no one can cause chaos." You want to slaughter your way into the three dimensions? You can't do it. Clang! The immortal slaying sword erupted with sword radiance, and millions of strands shot out in all directions, pointing towards this group of broken giants. The boundless Great War was approaching. Big Brother and the others pressed forward in unison, emanating their most flourishing battle prowess, forming one after another undying monuments. They were moving far away, their figures tall and intimidating. Evil creatures, not a single one of you will survive. The sword-winged beast sneered. Who do you think you are? What kind of existence was it? It was on the path of supremacy and could be considered a quasi-supremacy. It was an unrivaled giant. The depths of the vile earth were where the experts gathered. The living beings of the three dimensions were nothing more than food on a plate in their eyes. What are you wasting your breath for? Just slaughter them all. Recuperating is more important. A creature whose body was riddled with holes roared. His injuries were too severe, and if he didn't receive nourishment for a long period of time, the chances of him dying were extremely high. The 8 terrifying creatures joined forces and pressed forward. The mountains and rivers dried up, and the great stars that filled the sky rumbled down. Countless vile earth worlds were all disintegrated. The blood and chi of the 8 giants surged, and they were suffused with destructive fluctuations. They covered the three dimensions, causing countless creatures to tremble and their legs to somewhat not listen to them. This was a group of unrivaled giants, and they formed a sea of bloodstorm. Long, the long river of time and space was trembling. The speed at which they crossed was too fast, arriving in an instant. They wanted to charge into the three dimensions and carry out a bloodbath. Heavenly revolving palm. Waves of low and intimidating roars appeared. Immortal Emperor Zhang's magic power overflowed into the heavens, and he controlled the great worlds in the heavens. The countless energy sources that ran through the enormous passageway began to converge along with Su Yan's palm imprints. Kill! Su Yan roared. Millions of palm imprints were waved forward in unison. At this moment, his power was peerless, and he pushed the universe forward. The vast vile earth world was trembling chaotically. The power that could topple the heavens and overturn the seas broke through the long river of time and space and attacked the 8 giants. A supreme technique? Shock flashed in the eyes of the 8 giants. The heavenly revolving palm operated the great worlds, and the supreme fluctuations that came slapping down on them endlessly. Roar! Blackie roared into the sky. The book of life and death floated in the undersea purgatory. The 2 supreme holy objects of the dark world merged into one, forming a vast purgatory world. Millions of supreme symbols that judged all living beings scattered down. Big Brother stepped on the myriad world cauldron, and a corner of the long river of time and space collapsed. He attacked the peerless enemy that crossed the sea. A great battle broke out. Dao Saint Immortal and Su Yan's clones charged forward. The Celestial Court's most powerful combat power rushed out of the three dimensions and charged into the chaotic long river of time and space to participate in the vile Earth War. Boom! Su Yan swung his fist, and his aura swallowed the 33 heavens. His combat power was pushed to the limit, and he instantly collided with the Yin-Yang beast. Your corporeal body? The Yin-Yang beast was a little shocked. This lad's chi and blood were not too strong. He was just close to the path of supremacy. However, Immortal Zhang's corporeal body was too powerful. His huge claw collided with Su Yan's head, but did not flip him over. One had to know that the Yin-Yang beast was an invincible existence. It was known as a quasi-supreme expert, an unparalleled ferocious beast. Cracks appeared on Su Yan's fist, and blood dripped down. It was a shocking sight. However, this did not affect his combat power. Immortal Zhang used the power of a 9-colored heavenly coffin to fight the Yin-Yang beast. Blackie was up against the sword-winged beast, and Big Brother was up against another peerless expert. Fortunately, the 4 experts were severely injured during their charge. and they almost died in the whirlpool of the buried Emperor's Sea. Otherwise, this battle would be too difficult for them. This was a chaotic battle, and it was also a battle that could destroy the world. The kings of the celestial court clenched their fists. The crucial moment had arrived, but they could not help at all. They could only defend the border. This was a heavy blow to them, and they were filled with helplessness. The battle was intense, and they could not see anything clearly. This was a battle between quasi-supreme experts, and it was extremely tragic. The buried Emperor Calamity Earth had become a land of death. Apocalyptic light scattered all over the place. What made Zichilin and the others uneasy was that they had not seen the Tao Celestial Emperor since the beginning. Then, where did the Tao Celestial Emperor go? Could it be that he was not in the depths of the Calamity Earth? Big Brother and the others did not care about the consequences. They fought the enemies to delay them. The three realms had merged into one, and the strongest environment had arrived. If they were given time, they might be able to produce a quasi-supreme expert in the future. This battle had been going on for several years, and it had yet to calm down. The battle in the depths of the Calamity Earth caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The buried Emperor Calamity Earth was completely destroyed. It was fragmented, and destructive substances were spreading everywhere. The heavens cried blood, and the river of time was in chaos, revealing all kinds of terrifying air currents. This battle had been going on for more than 100 years, and there was still no end. This was unimaginable. The battle had not ended after more than 100 years. It was too difficult to kill a quasi-supreme expert. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to kill each other. From this, it could be seen how difficult the experiences of Brother Monkey and the others were. The bloody battle had lasted for thousands of years. Could it be that immortal Emperor Zong and the others had to suffer such misfortune as well? One of the 8 giants had fallen. However, immortal Emperor Zong, Big Brother, Big Black, and Dao San Immortal were all covered in injuries. They were almost skinny, and there were cracks all over their bodies. They could die at any moment. Ha ha ha! How much longer can you guys hold on? The era of the Celestial Court can come to an end. The Yin-Yang Beast and the others saw hope. They thought that charging out would solve everything smoothly. Who knew that they would encounter such a strong obstruction? They even lost an ally. This was a great humiliation. Of course, the Black King and the others were more severely injured. They were old and weak, and their life essence was weak. Even Dao, Saint Immortal, was blown up once. If he did not obtain the complete, undying, imperishable scripture and reconstruct his true body, the consequences would be unimaginable. The battle was arduous. Another 10 years passed. A majestic and boundless sword light rushed out of the 3 realms, cutting through the epic and splitting time. The sword ancestor had broken through and stepped onto the quasi-supreme path, entering the vile earth world. The Yin-Yang Beast and the others were furious. Immortal Emperor Zong could not hold on any longer. The sword ancestor was not at the top, but he had refined the world for countless years. His battle strength was shocking, and he played an important role in changing the battle situation. He brought a large number of Emperor Pills, allowing Su Yin and the others to recover a part of their foundation. Fight to the end. Su Yin roared. His body was covered in blood. After more than 100 years of bloody battles, fighting against quasi-supreme experts, the killing intent in his forehead was terrifying. His primordial spirit seemed to have turned into a supreme war god. Vaguely, it was rippling with the supreme order of creation. Kill! Su Yin roared. His bleeding hair danced in the wind. He was prepared to fight a bloody battle for 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. Boom! Su Yan's broken body collided with the Yin-Yang Beast. The supreme order of creation shot out from his bleeding forehead, as if it was opening up the universe and creating an eternal river. And you dare to walk on the supreme path? Don't be delusional. The Yin-Yang Beast roared angrily. Its big claws rose and attacked Su Yan's forehead. In fact, the Yin-Yang Beast was shocked. After more than 100 years of battle, Su Yan's physical body did not improve. Instead, his primordial spirit became more and more powerful. It was as if he had turned into a supreme god that ruled the world, destroying the order of creation. Ha ha ha! Su Yan looked up to the sky and laughed angrily. For millions of years, the kings of the celestial court have fought in the depths of the vile earth. Now, the new generation of the celestial court has come out to fight with you. After a few more years, another group of experts will come out. I believe there will always be. Su Yan mocked. But what do you have? You can't be called living beings. You can only be called evil creatures. You will be suppressed sooner or later. Kill. The 7 terrifying creatures roared. Their eyes were blood red. They were angered by this sentence. Their messy hair exploded. They were extremely angry. Chapter 2199. The 300-year war stirred the world. The war had yet to end. 300 years had passed, but the war was still going on in the vile earth world outside the 3 realms. Blood danced in the air, melting the universe's sea of stars. The terrifying collision had been going on for 300 years, but there was still no victor. War cries exploded in the 3-realm spacetime. Although they did not experience it and could not see the actual battle, they could imagine what kind of cruel struggle they had gone through in the past 300 years. In order to prevent the yin-yang beasts from wreaking havoc in the 3 realms, Big Brother and the others were willing to sacrifice themselves to stop them from returning to the 3 realms. On this day, the 3 realms' space-time trembled violently. The 3 realms were united, and the 3 realms became one. 300 years had passed, and on this day, the 3 realms flower had matured once again. This time it was in full bloom. The flower's stamen bloomed as if it had turned into the strongest soul medicine little man. It spewed out the 3 realms creation and turned into the world's most brilliant sun. On this day, the 3 realms looked magnificent. The 3 realms flower was in full bloom, illuminating the vile earth. It was as bright as the world's most brilliant sun, illuminating the 3 realms. Kill. Deafening war cries exploded, and an incomparably tragic aura rushed towards the 3 realms and the passageway. A large number of soldiers guarding the passageway were crushed and turned into ashes. War god Xing Tian and the others' expressions changed. How could something like this happen when 2 crippled creatures came? Could it be that immortal Emperor Zong and the others were defeated? Roar! The 2 creatures with surging chi and blood roared as they stared at the 3 realms flower with greedy eyes. After 300 years, the 3 realms flower was in full bloom again. The stamen bloomed continuously, and a divine aura filled the sky. Buzz! The strongest soul medicine essence rolled down one after another. The flower was completely mature, and the scattered soul medicine essence was released by the celestial court's experts in a cauldron. This was the main ingredient for refining the 9 revolutions creation pill. Stop them. We haven't lost yet. These disgusting creatures want to take away the 3 realms flower. We can't let them have their way. The purple Qilin shouted, and a large group of strong cultivators from the celestial court rushed towards the passageway. The 3 realms flower had matured, and the refinement of the 9 transformations creation pill could begin. This pill was now too precious for the celestial court. They didn't know to what extent Big Brother and the others had fought, but as long as they could get their hands on the 9 transformation creation pill, it was equivalent to having one more life after another. Even for Sky Monkey and the others, it was extremely important. This cauldron of immortal pills had now become the supreme, sacred item of the celestial court. They had to ensure that it was refined without any mistakes. A bunch of ants want to stop us? Did you take the wrong medicine? Hee, I'll send you on your way. The 2 broken creatures were disdainful. In their eyes, the experts of the celestial court were merely ants, not worth mentioning. Rumble! In the depths of the vile earth, Big Brother and the others roared madly. The yin-yang beast and the others saw that there was no hope, so they had been stalling for time all these years, waiting for the 3 realms flower to mature. Suddenly, they went berserk, blocking immortal Emperor Zong and the others. allowing the two great declined supreme creatures to attack the three realms. Su Yan's primordial spirit released terrifying beams of light, one after another, destroying the great universe, splitting heaven and earth. His path of supremacy had taken another step, and he was about to derive an unrivaled, matchless divine ability. He needed time. He needed time. Once the three realms were breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Great War definitely couldn't affect the three realms, or else they would be too passive. Kill. In an instant, the world of vile earth trembled violently. The army of millions and millions roared, awakening and erupting at the same time. They stood at the peak, forming a group of races, forming a historical flood of the three realms. It suddenly became terrifying beyond compare. Long, the two broken creatures trembled, their bodies swaying as they encountered endless attacks. These were millions and millions of vicious weapons. A group of the most powerful monarch experts awakened, releasing their peak fighting strength. They crowded the passageway, blocking the two broken creatures. Shameful, a group of ants, you actually injured me. The two broken creatures roared. The heavens exploded, the light of chi and blood that filled the sky exploded. Time approached its end. The two broken creatures shone for a short period of time, releasing a terrifying soul storm, instantly shaking the heavens above and earth below. Long, large batches of soldiers exploded and died, exploding in groups. Kill. The vicious weapons roared with red eyes, letting go of life and death. Behind them were the living beings of the three realms, their wives, children, old and young. We will definitely win. We will definitely subdue them. The great army that filled the sky roared, their chests full of hot blood flowing, the life essence in their bodies burning in unison. No one took half a step back, releasing the most ferocious fighting strength, roiling and interweaving together, forming the most powerful line of defense, suddenly blocking the two broken creatures. There were even exceptionally terrifying fluctuations that pressed over, blasting the two broken creatures until they trembled violently, their bodies rupturing, about to shatter. Roar! The two bleeding creatures roared, enraged by the enormous pressure. It was as if a group of ants had joined together to kill a Renwang. One could imagine how heavy the blow to them was. Those who offend the celestial court will be killed without mercy. Not only were the billions of vicious weapons roaring, but their footsteps were also uniform, like the sound of apocalypse thunder approaching the outer verse. Kill. In an instant, the passageway between the three realms opened, and hordes of vicious weapons rushed over, shouting and roaring. The flames of war ignited throughout the world. War songs resounded throughout the three realms, and the people's blood boiled. There were too many people rushing over, one group after another. For a moment, it was incomparably shocking, causing the sea of chi and blood to become even more magnificent. Shameful, a group of ants. The two creatures roared mournfully. They had been shaken to the point where they were coughing up blood, and their broken bodies were about to be destroyed. Roar! The long day song raised its head and rushed over, carrying the sky piercer. Its strength was boundless, and it smashed down on the broken body of one of the creatures. No, his broken body collapsed and broke into two, and the primordial spirit between his eyebrows roared mournfully. The long day song screamed miserably, and its body was torn apart by the roar. It sank down and was about to disintegrate. Madness. The whole world trembled, and the valiant generals of the celestial court roared. They brought out all their vicious weapons and trump cards and charged forward madly. The celestial court will win. The celestial court will win. The soldiers of the world roared madly, and the generals of the various heavens took to the skies. They gathered the power of the three realms and formed an indescribable killing intent. Wrapped in the flames of hope for their races, they attacked the two broken creatures until their broken bodies continuously ruptured and collapsed. There were also powerhouses whose bodies were shattered by the roar, and there were also overlords who were torn in two. A group of ants. All of you must die. The two terrifying creatures went crazy. They brought out all of their trump cards to resist the crazy attacks of the kings of the celestial court. If they didn't go crazy, they would nurse a grievance and be killed by these ants. In the great world where a sea of blood flowed, billions of vicious weapons roared, and generals filled the skies. The celestial court's most powerful forces were gathered here. No, they roared in grief and indignation. They couldn't hold on any longer. They were too careless, underestimating the celestial court. Billions of vicious weapons guarded the borders, and they used blood and bones to form a wall to resist. The vast sea of blood blotted out the sky and covered the sun. The two broken creatures were besieged by the celestial court. The group of tigers devoured the dragon, and the supreme creatures encountered a great calamity. Trash, the yin-yang beast, and the others were about to go crazy. They paid a great price to stop immortal Emperor Zhang's group for a short period of time, but what was the result? They actually couldn't kill their way in, and they even suffered heavy injuries. Their broken bodies were being destroyed, and they were about to nurse a grievance. The sword-winged beast suddenly ignited its life source, roaring through the sea of stars and blasting away the Black King. Its enormous wings transformed into a matchless sword core, unfolding the long river of time and space. It charged towards the three realms, its pupils burning with a crazy luster. As long as it could forcefully open a path, it could devour the three realms' flower and possess the most powerful combat strength. The number one medicine of the three realms was too tempting. The yin-yang beast and the others all went crazy. They didn't care about their injured bodies at all. They reversed their combat strength and ignited their Emperor Sword Seas, forcing their way towards the three realms. They all wanted to devour the three realms' flower. Get lost. Immortal Emperor Zhang's hair was disheveled, and his eyes were overflowing with killing intent. His broken body blocked the berserk yin-yang beast. Destructive power covered his body, and the great Tao of yin and yang merged, forming a supreme power that wanted to blast Su Yan away. Suddenly, immortal Emperor Zhang roared towards the sky. His broken body was dyed in blood, and he stood between heaven and earth, full of terrifying demonic nature. His bleeding broken body, his frontal bone blazed. For a moment, the power his primordial spirit emitted was too terrifying. The blood-dyed heavens exploded, and a primordial spirit charged out. It was like a flowing golden river, crushing the ruined earth until it rumbled and trembled. Charge! Su Yan's primordial spirit left his body. In a short period of time, his soul emitted billions of laws of heaven and earth. They intertwined and evolved into a sword embryo. Have you cultivated it? The sword ancestor roared. In a short period of time, they had suffered heavy injuries. This group of terrifying beings had completely gone crazy. They charged towards the three realms without caring about the consequences and devoured the three realms' flower. The energy emitted by Su Yan's primordial spirit was too intense. It was like billions of suns burning, forming a sword embryo that slashed forward fiercely. Open the realm. Su Yan roared. The universe opened up, and chaos broke out, revealing the Tao of the origin of all beings. Roar. The sword-winged beast was a little frightened. Su Yan had cultivated the unparalleled supreme art for 300 years. It opened up the universe's black hole, covering the boundless world and enveloping the sword-winged beast. At this moment, the sword-winged beast seemed to have evaporated from the world. Its body was a little blurry. It seemed to have disappeared, buried in the universe world opened up by Su Yan's primordial spirit. However, this was still a heaven-defying being. Its blurry body gradually blazed and wanted to tear apart the great world opened up by Su Yan's primordial spirit. During the process, it was especially terrified. It felt that immortal Zhang had touched the supreme path, and the origin profound law emitted was too ridiculous. Yin and yang rotation, billions of years. Su Yan roared. The great world opened up, dividing the universe into yin and yang, and turning into all beings. Immortal Zong, could it be that you have comprehended the supreme path? The yin-yang beast roared and sensed the blurry supreme fluctuation. Su Yan's primordial spirit had changed. It was as if it had turned into a living being of flesh and blood, splitting heaven and earth, turning into the ancestor of heaven and earth. Be careful! The Black King roared and was attacking the sword-winged beast. However, the yin-yang beast went berserk and attacked Su Yan until his body was torn apart. His flesh and blood evaporated, and he became a bloody and cruel skeleton. It was as if he had become an empty shell. World destruction. Immortal Zong was not afraid. His primordial spirit's precious appearance was solemn. His eyes were wide open as his primordial spirit transformed to the extreme. From death to life, it emitted the Tao of the origin of life. When it reached the extreme, it deduced the Tao of the origin of life and death. Yin and yang blended, flourishing to the extreme and being reborn from destruction. Su Yan's primordial spirit erupted to the extreme. This was too terrifying. What great Tao did Su Yan's primordial spirit achieve? The yin-yang beast and the others turned pale. The sword-winged beast cried out in horror. World opening and world destruction rotated. Time was illusory and all life was devoured. The sword-winged beast's frontal bone exploded. His primordial spirit fell into the cycle of reincarnation. The supreme killing power of life and death turned into two great sword embryos and pierced through his body. I don't believe there is someone in this world who can walk on the supreme path. The sword-winged beast cried out miserably. Even he was about to be defeated. What kind of power was this? Life and death rotated. It was as if he had been suppressed for billions of years. From the origin of the universe to its destruction, he endured the endless killing power. The sword-winged beast that was about to pounce on the three realms had his primordial spirit torn apart. Chapter 2200. Destructive, wretched earth. Surging bloodlight rushed into the sky, burning the void. The world of blood was incomparably tragic, and the atmosphere was 10,000 times more violent. In the distant, wretched earth world, surging bloodlight sprinkled down, drowning a corner of the destructive, wretched earth world. Blood, so much blood. Who died? The kings of the celestial court were alarmed. They were worried that the experts of the celestial court had met with a calamity. They were terrified, of course, for the two broken creatures that were about to be refined to death. They naturally did not hope that it was the experts of their camp. Sword-winged beast, it's the sword-winged beast. One of the creatures whose body was broken and whose primordial spirit was about to be destroyed, screamed. What happened? Could it be that some kind of power had broken the balance of the battlefield? If that was really the case, then it was too frightening. The sword-winged beast and the others were quasi-supreme beings, invincible in the wretched earth world. There's almost no hope for those of the same level to kill them. But now, they saw the sword-winged beast's primordial spirit being torn into pieces and its broken body collapsing. The bones in its body were about to break. This was the attack of a terrifying Tao, and even its soul was about to explode. Kill, kill, kill. The kings of the celestial court roared, their blood boiling. The experts of their camp were about to win. The two broken creatures also felt despair. They lost their minds and were attacked by lightning. Billions of murderous weapons roared, and the murderous light shook the ancient river. No! The primordial spirit of a supreme being finally could not bear it and exploded. Blood dyed the world red. Billions of murderous weapons of the three realms were not afraid of death. They guarded the border, and a vast armored flood rushed out, pressing down on the other giant who was struggling at death's door. Su Yan, what happened to you? The Tai Baokai roared, and the depths of the wretched earth shattered. When it saw Su Yan, the Tai Baotsai's eyes became bloodshot, and it was incomparably furious. Su Yan's body was rotten, and he became a bleeding skeleton. How tragic was the battle! Immortal Emperor Zhang's flesh and blood were all used up. Only his skeleton was still standing tenaciously, participating in the battle for supremacy in the wretched earth. Black King, kill him quickly. The bigger picture is more important. Su Yan roared. He had just comprehended the supreme path, and his primordial spirit seemed to be in decline when he attacked the sword-winged beast to the extreme just now. However, the aura he emitted was too ferocious. The supreme great path was reflected in his pupils, and it contained a terrifying boldness. Be careful, Blackie roared furiously. It took out the book of life and death to suppress the remnant body of the sword-winged beast. It waved its huge claws and began to crush its remnant soul. In truth, it was too difficult to kill a quasi-supreme being. Even if one was heavily injured, it was also extremely difficult to trap and kill. However, the injuries the sword-winged beast had suffered this time were too severe. It was directly imprisoned by Big Black and refined with the cruelest methods. As long as they could refine the sword-winged beast to death, the pressure they faced would be greatly reduced. They would be able to find other ways to kill the three quasi-utmost beings of the Yin-Yang beasts. Break! The Yin-Yang beast angrily roared and erupted with 120% of its strength. It wanted to tear apart Su Yan's skeleton and break his breakthrough. The battle was tragic. The kings of the celestial court cried out miserably. Big Brother and the others were all covered in wounds. Immortal Emperor Zhang's problem was even more serious. His flesh and blood essence were all gone, and what was left of his skeleton was attacked by the Yin-Yang beast. His chest ruptured, and Immortal Emperor Zhang's skeleton was about to fall and die. Kill! 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 The Yin-Yang beast roared crazily and used its strongest strength to attack the broken skeleton. However, it gradually realized that Su Yan's body didn't seem like a physical body. Instead, it was like an indestructible weapon. No matter how it attacked, it couldn't completely tear it apart. Wong! The primordial spirit that was attacking the firmament returned to his body. Su Yan was in heart-wrenching pain. His injuries were too severe, and his body was already fragmented. If it wasn't for the 9-colored heavenly coffin, Su Yan's body would have long ceased to exist. Wong! His skull emitted a terrifying luster and surged with killing intent, forcefully blocking the attacks of the Yin-Yang beast. At the same time, the primordial spirit flowed into the meridians of his body, penetrating his limbs and bones, and emitting the profundities of the supreme path. His body awakened with abnormally terrifying fluctuations. His body had activated the supreme potential, and it started to climb towards an extremely frightening domain. The supreme path. How can you possibly walk on the supreme path? The Yin-Yang beast roared furiously. The aura arising from Su Yan's broken body was too frightening. The dilapidated earth exploded, and one bloody hole after another was formed. It was as if the supreme ruler was returning. The vast and mighty primordial spirit and the broken body fused and penetrated together. Moreover, the broken body was howling with energy from all directions. Countless energy essences penetrated the broken body, wanting to nurture new flesh and blood. However, Su Yan's injuries were too severe. He crazily tried to break through. He wanted to ascend and break through the supreme path. Boom! At the moment when Su Yan's aura was so violent that even the quasi-supreme experts felt pressured, Su Yan's body trembled. His skeleton was buzzing as if it was about to be destroyed. How can this be? The sword ancestor shouted. Su Yan's condition was extremely terrible. Some of his bones had cracked and were about to be completely incinerated. It was as if Su Yan's body couldn't bear the impact of the supreme path. However, Su Yan's primordial spirit had clearly done it. Why couldn't his body do it? Not good. The big brother's expression changed drastically. His primordial spirit and body fused, causing his body to shake violently. His bones started to break one after another. Su Yan's body kept collapsing as if it was about to shatter. Su Yan coughed up blood. He was in so much pain that he was about to faint. Ha ha ha. The yin-yang beast laughed wildly. Pitiful thing, you still want to rush to the supreme path. This is your end. Su Yan's body underwent a shocking change. His supreme path wanted to return to his body and complete the final breakthrough. When that day came, even if Su Yan wasn't a supreme, as long as he spent time accumulating, he would definitely be able to do it. However, he realized that the nine-colored heavenly coffin was resisting. Even the coffin-suppressing lamp couldn't suppress it. At this moment, Su Yan understood. Once he stepped onto the supreme path, the nine-colored heavenly coffin would definitely be rewritten. That couldn't be allowed to happen. His great path and the order of the nine-colored heavenly coffin resisted, almost tearing apart Su Yan's body and destroying his core. Bastard! I should have thought of this day. Su Yan's eyes were wide open in anger. His injuries were too severe. If this continued, he would really be refined to death. Let me give you a hand and let you be free in advance, saving you from pain and despair. The yin-yang beast's huge claws rose and smashed towards Su Yan's forehead and chest like lightning, wanting to destroy his body. Bastard scram! Su Yan's eyes opened wide. Even though he was in a skeleton state, even though his body was broken and damaged, he woke up in an instant. His large tattered hand rose. The aura it released was actually terrifying beyond compare. The large white bone hand was sticky with blood. It was terrifying to the extreme, rippling with supreme heavenly might. It filled the past and future, about to suppress and kill all enemies. Heaven and earth exploded and the void was refined. An existence infinitely close to the supreme level took action. Who could contend against it? Good. The blood and chi within the big brother's body surged. His withered body released a terrifying, vicious aura. Su Yan had already taken an important step. There was hope for him to reach the supreme level in the future. The large, tattered white bone hand was extremely terrifying. It covered the damaged sea of stars and was full of unrivaled strength. It suppressed the yin-yang beast until it trembled. The Tao laws and order were about to break apart and cease to exist. Yin and yang coexist. 10,000 laws and the heavens. I am the ancestor of heaven and earth. The yin-yang beast went berserk. The energy it emitted surged crazily, forming millions of laws and orders to defend against the large tattered hand. However, Su Yan's tattered hand split the heaven and earth, deducing life and death, yin and yang, destruction and origin coexisting and interweaving. It carried the supreme power of immortal Zong, wanting to destroy the past, present, and future. Kacha! The defensive order that covered the sky collapsed. A terrifying attack swarmed over, hitting half of the yin-yang beast's body until it started to break apart. The yin-yang beast howled in pain. It looked extremely miserable. Half of its body was shattered by Su Yan's palm. This kind of combat strength suppressed the other two terrifying existences. What kind of combat strength was this? Could it be that Su Yan was already close to the supreme level? The yin-yang beast was incomparably sorrowful. It spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying. Half of its body was destroyed. It was too horrible to look at. It was about to die. Bastard, hand over your life. Su Yan roared miserably. He wanted to climb up and kill the yin-yang beast. However, his injuries were even more serious. His broken body trembled, and more cracks appeared on his skeleton. Inside his body, two great Daos clashed with each other, giving birth to an unimaginable power. In fact, if it wasn't for Su Yan's powerful primordial spirit and shocking heavenly embryo, his body would have been destroyed long ago. Even if the body dies, the soul will not be destroyed. Immortal Zong chanted the undying, imperishable scripture, maintaining his body that was about to break apart. He emitted a vague, supreme fluctuation, intimidating the yin-yang beast and making it flee. Where do you think you're going? The big brother roared. He waved his fist, penetrating through the long river of time, erupting with extremely powerful combat strength. This fist smashed to the end of the world, landing on the yin-yang beast's broken body. It roared in grief, its eyes full of wounds. It was really about to explode. He and the sword-winged beast had both gone mad. They fought their way here in order to obtain a great opportunity and have the hope of recovering. After tens of millions of years of bloody battle, they were too tired. If this continued, their bodies would really completely wither away. In the end, everything didn't go as they wished. It had only been 300 years, but they were about to die. They were unwilling to accept this and howled in grief. There was no other way. A power that broke the balance of the battlefield had appeared. This was too great a threat to them. We will fight to the death to stop them. You guys kill them. Sword Ancestor and Tao, Saint Immortal's bodies burned. They pushed the declining Emperor Origin and released all their strength to delay the two Immortal Zong who was about to attack. Once they could kill the Sword-winged Beast and the yin-yang Beast, the outcome would be decided. Su Yin wanted to climb up and join the battle, but there was already no hope. His clone had also suffered heavy losses these years, so it was difficult for him to fight. His entire body was covered in blood, and a tragic aura rippled. He had no choice but to return to the Celestial Court to heal. If this continued, Su Yan's life would be threatened. Su Yan returned. He directly rushed into the depths of the Celestial Palace and announced his seclusion. 10 years later, Sword Ancestor and Tao, Saint Immortal returned with heavy injuries. They couldn't even climb up. The war in Vile Earth continued, but they had no choice but to retreat. What is that? Sword Ancestor's body cracked and bled. It looked really terrifying. At this moment, he was filled with fear as he looked towards the Celestial World, Celestial Palace. Not good. Tao Saint Immortal's expression changed. The Celestial Palace was bleeding and the phenomenon was too terrifying. The entire Celestial World was bleeding. The Grand Tao wailed and the Celestial World changed. It was obvious that something huge had happened. Some people felt that Immortal Zong had disappeared, and some felt that he had died. What happened? Did Immortal Zong die in battle? The Celestial Palace was like a sea of blood. The Celestial World's Grand Tao wailed, and everyone was in despair. They felt like the ruler of the Celestial World had fallen. Woo-woo! Everyone cried and screamed in despair. The Celestial World was at its peak, but Immortal Zong had fallen. The battle that year was definitely too bitter. Immortal Zhang's flesh and blood essence had all melted, and only his broken bones were left. He returned to the depths of the Celestial Palace to enter seclusion. They were all waiting for Immortal Zong to regain his glory, but they didn't expect this day to come. Chapter 22:01. Blood flowed everywhere in the Celestial World. A great calamity was coming. This scene was too frightening. It shocked all the sects. What happened? The entire world trembled. All the sects in the Celestial World were terrified and uneasy. Everyone knew that Immortal Emperor Zong returned with heavy injuries in the Battle of Vile Earth. But how could he die in just 10 years? Impossible, an expert roared. That is Immortal Emperor Zong, the invincible heaven equal Sage King, War God Su Yan. How could he die? He returned to the Celestial Palace alive. How could he die? People could not believe it. They cried out in grief. But the Celestial Palace was bleeding. The Celestial World's great Tao was wailing. What made them even more terrified was that Su Yan's life imprint was disappearing. Sword Ancestor's expression was extremely ugly. He and Tao Saint Immortal's injuries were too severe. They came to the Celestial Palace with great difficulty. The phenomenon in the Celestial World made them panic. The aura of Immortal Emperor Zong was disappearing too quickly. Back then, Su Yan comprehended the path of supremacy. The fusion of his primordial spirit and body underwent a great change. Even Su Yan hurriedly left the Battle of Vile Earth. Something huge must have happened. Could it be that the path of supremacy was not accessible? Once he touched it, he would face the threat of death? How could he die suddenly? Even if the path of supremacy collapsed, he should be able to withstand it in just 10 years, right? Tao Saint Immortal clenched his fists. He walked towards the deepest part of the Celestial Palace, looking at the place where Su Yan was in seclusion. A broken skeleton, Only a skeleton was left. It was still the same after 10 years. This broken body did not even have any signs of life. Sword Ancestor could not accept this. Bamboo Moon and the others were also here. The answer they received was unbelievable. In short, this matter was too big, even though the Celestial Palace tried to hide it, saying that Su Yan was in seclusion. They found it hard to believe the changes in the Celestial World's great Tao. They felt that immortal Emperor Zong must have died. Space-Time Emperor retreated from the battlefield. He carried Su Yan's blood-stained immortal slaying sword and guarded the Celestial Palace. Everyone in the Celestial World was in a state of panic. The Space-Time Emperor was worried that chaos would ensue. After all, the enemies in the vile Earth were too terrifying. The Celestial Court's prestige was not as great as before. If this continued, chaos would definitely ensue in the flourishing Three Realms. Just as the Space-Time Emperor had expected, in just a few decades, some areas of the Celestial Realm were filled with bloodshed and chaos. All of a sudden, Su Yan has truly fallen. It has only been a few decades, and vile Earth is still fighting a great war. The Three Realms are in imminent danger. The Space-Time Emperor shouted angrily, "Kill all those who dare to cause trouble. No matter who they implicate, do not let them off lightly." The smell of blood still hadn't dissipated. The Heavenly Palace was clean, and the bright sword Immortal World was bright. The immortal slaying sword came back to life. Even though the Immortal World had lost Immortal Emperor Zhang's aura, the sword was still there. It gathered the vast origin energy of the Immortal World and massacred dozens of ancient races. The entire world was shocked. Immortal Emperor Zhang's immortal slaying sword was still there. Whoever dared to rebel would be killed without mercy. The Black King and Big Brother faced off against two quasi-supreme beings. The battle in the depths of vile Earth raged for days and days. The battle was still going on. 100 years later, the two experts returned with two heads. They emitted a thick stench of blood and shocked the entire Celestial Court. The battle ended. The 8 giants had all fallen. After almost 500 years of battle, the strongest experts of the Celestial Court returned with heavy injuries. Only Immortal Emperor Zong seemed to have died. Big Brother and Black King were heavily injured. They were so tired that they could barely get up. Their hearts were filled with sorrow. Monkey King and the others had suffered more than them. They had fought bitterly for tens of millions of years. The battle was not over yet. A few hundred years had passed. Monkey King's 5-colored immortal iron staff exploded. The 5-colored whirlpool formed by the buried Emperor C's life source had dimmed by a lot. An even more terrifying danger awaited them. After 100 years of recuperation, Dao Saint and Sword Ancestor's injuries had mostly healed. However, they had not recovered to their peak. The refinement of the 9 Revolutions creation pill had begun long ago. However, this pill was heaven-defying. It was definitely not something that could be refined in 100 years. They needed the 9 Revolutions creation pill. This was too important for Monkey King and the others. This furnace of pills was completely the life-saving pill of the Celestial Court. Ancestor of the Three Realms. 30 years later, Big Brother and Big Brother's injuries had improved. They urgently convened the strongest meeting in the Celestial Court. Who was that person? They were shocked. There was an existence even more terrifying than the Three Emperors' ancestor. Ancestor of the Three Realms? Wasn't this reputation too great? Even some old antiques who had lived for a long time did not know who the ancestor of the Three Realms was. They had never heard of this person before. Even the Three Emperors' ancestor and the others followed him. This ancestor of the Three Realms was definitely not an ordinary person. Could he be the one who started the chaos of the Three Realms? Supremacy. Big Brother's face was solemn. That was the true supremacy. He was the leader of the sword-winged beasts. In fact, they had not seen the full picture of the strongest battle in the depths of vile Earth. There was an even more ridiculous battle in the ultimate place of vile Earth. Then Tao, Celestial Emperor? Someone asked. Say no more. Big Black raised his claws and pressed down on the kings. He said in a deep voice, This series of events were all obtained from the mouths of the enemies. We cannot determine whether it is true or false. We have to witness it with our own eyes. What we need to do now is wait for the 9 revolutions creation pill to come out of the furnace and revive heaven suppressing. Big Brother could not leave. He had to oversee the 3 realms and wait for the 9 revolutions creation pill to come out of the furnace. After several hundred years of bloody battle, Big Brother and the others had reaped great benefits. They had to improve themselves further. The meeting ended. Big Brother and Black King's expressions were heavy. They went to the celestial court and saw Su Yan's bleeding remains. They roared in grief and indignation. Su Yan had chosen the path of death. Over 100 years had passed. Bamboo Moon and the others found it difficult to calm down. They recalled the miserable situation back then and shed tears. Su Yan returned to the celestial court. After several years of recuperation, his injuries were not healed at all. In fact, they were even worsening. Bao Kai still remembered that when Su Yan was preparing to take another path, he had called them over and hurriedly explained some matters. Su Yan cut himself down in a hurry. Is the supreme path really unpassable? Big Black was furious. He did not simply cut himself down, but also cut off his entire body. Slash after slash, the immortal slaying sword had cut off the body for many years. It had cut off all connections and life imprints, leaving behind only an extremely deteriorated primordial spirit. It had escaped into the deepest secret palace of the celestial court for seclusion. Big Brother's expression was uncertain as he stared at Su Yan's body. The 9-colored heavenly coffin was within. Su Yan had cut off his body. Rather than saying that he had cut off the 9-colored heavenly coffin, he did not want to have anything to do with it. He wanted to walk his own path, cutting off the body and trying to reconstruct a new body with his primordial spirit. This was too difficult. Big Brother returned to the celestial court and walked towards the place where the 9 revolutions creation pill was refined. According to the words of a group of alchemy grandmasters, it would take at least 100 years. Old uncle, how is Su Yan? Liang Yan's beautiful face was pale. She was now one of the few alchemy grandmasters in the celestial court. After so many years, the celestial court had gathered thousands of Danzong masters to refine the 9 revolutions creation pill together. The losses were huge. No matter, he's fine. The Big Brother revealed a smile. Would Su Yan be able to endure 100 years? The 9 revolutions creation pill had been refined. This pill would definitely play an important role in Su Yan's recovery. More than 10 years had passed. Mournful screams exploded in the celestial court. Those were the sorrowful cries of the supreme beings. The yin-yang beast, the sword-winged beast, and the other 2 supreme beings had their heads chopped off by Big Brother and the Black King. After more than 10 years, the heads of the 2 supreme beings exploded. Blood surged as pieces of their bones burned fiercely. No, the 4 supreme beings cried out in grief. They couldn't withstand Big Brother's supreme methods. Their foreheads exploded and melted into surging essence to nourish their weapons. Without a doubt, after a round of refinement, the Black King Cauldron and the Bone Club had turned into 2 great quasi-supreme treasures. They were steaming with a terrifying luster and had turned into 2 great supreme treasures of the celestial court. With these weapons in hand, one's battle power would naturally increase by a level. Has the refinement of the 9 revolutions creation pill begun? Several years later, the celestial court was filled with a divine atmosphere. Auspicious clouds filled the air as if primordial immortals were refining an immortal pill. A huge copper cauldron was burning fiercely. Dreamy supreme substances flowed within it. Pill energy surged, vast and mighty, for millions of miles. All kinds of auspicious signs appeared and spewed out pill clouds. The scene was spectacular. This was just the initial refinement of the 9 revolutions creation pill. The 9 revolutions creation pill had first revolution, second revolution, third revolution. The 9th revolution was the strongest. Big Brother and the others needed the strongest 9 revolutions creation pill. Of course, Those below the ninth revolution were also priceless treasures. They could be used as the supreme foundation of the celestial court. Thousands of Danzong alchemists worked at the same time. They directly refined a large batch of first revolution to sixth revolution pills. Each pill corresponded to the various major cultivation mystic realms. They were all supreme, immortal medicines that were hard to find in the world. The first round was a success. Close to 1,000 pills were refined. The first step has been completed. My confidence is even greater. The group of alchemists was pleasantly surprised. Their confidence was greatly boosted. Since the first round was successful, the other rounds wouldn't be too big of a problem. They only hoped that they could refine more of the strongest 7 revolutions creation pill. Moreover, the 7 revolutions creation pill could directly nurture immortal kings. A heaven-defying pill, one that couldn't be found in the world. Since the existence of this pill formula, perhaps this was the first time it had been refined. A pill that could bring someone back to life. The Space-Time Emperor and the others were filled with anticipation. They hoped that the strongest 7 revolutions creation pill could help Su Yin successfully complete his self-destruction. The deepest part of the celestial court was defended by supreme laws and order, isolating it from the world. A dim soul sat cross-legged in the middle. It seemed to be entrenched in the boundless sea, revealing the origin of all life and the path of destruction. They intertwined to form a supreme path. Su Yan's primordial spirit seemed a little lonely. He had been suffering greatly for hundreds of years after his self-destruction. Without a physical body, his primordial spirit seemed to have lost its station. There were several times when his primordial spirit had almost collapsed. Fortunately, 10,000 years ago, Su Yin had used his primordial spirit as the main body. He could completely cultivate without a physical body. He survived one calamity after another. His primordial spirit gradually stabilized from the disillusionment. Although it seemed extremely weak, the aura it emitted was too terrifying. It could easily evaporate the universe and repeat the prehistoric times. Repeat, reconstruct. 50 years later, the silent and motionless Su Yin suddenly roared. His primordial spirit scattered the vast order of the heaven-opening scripture, affecting the entire sealed land. This area was destroyed, exploding into a hole. Then, waves of majestic fluctuations flowed out. It was as if the hand of fate had stretched out, wanting to reconstruct a new Su Yin. However, this triggered a monstrous calamity. The expression of the space-time emperor, who was overseeing the celestial court, changed. The place where Su Yin was entrenched caused the universe's origin to ripple. Unparalleled killing intent filled the sky. Suddenly, it overturned the past and present. The kings of the celestial court trembled. They felt that they were about to be completely destroyed. They cried out in shock. What was going on? A world-ending calamity was gathering in the celestial court. Chapter 2202. Big Brother's figure appeared in Heaven Palace. He was tall and majestic, and his eyes were like lightning as he glared at the top of the sky. Immortal Emperor Zong cut off his own cultivation and went against the laws of the universe, giving rise to disasters that could kill all living things. Big Brother was terrifying and wanted to stop the disasters from descending. However, the disasters were floating in the sky, and he couldn't find the origin of the heaven-defying person. Obviously, he couldn't find Su Yan's place of seclusion. Big Brother was now a supreme giant who was close to the supreme realm. He could see the judgment that came from an unknown place. He found that this invisible power came from the 3 realms and also from the outside world. He frowned and pondered. This power source must be related to the supreme realm. Once he acted recklessly, it could lead to a disaster. Then, Big Brother looked at Su Yan's place. Immortal Emperor Zhang's seal was too tight. He used the 9 great escape techniques to open a new space-time and isolate it from the world. One must know that Su Yin had already touched the supreme road. Therefore, the world he opened was so powerful that even the origin of the judgment couldn't find the source. However, the situation in Heaven Palace was a little bad. The supreme pressure was always there. It was heavy and also seemed extremely violent. It could explode with a fatal blow at any time and destroy the world. Big Brother's eyes flashed with cold lightning. He ordered the experts in Heaven Palace to retreat to prevent the disasters from descending. If that happened, a large number of experts in Heaven Palace would die. Heaven Palace was a little dim. The situation was a little bad. Going against the heavens eventually led to a disaster. It was similar to what happened in the land of Earth Immortals. However, Su Yan's disaster was even more ridiculous. What kind of power was this? What kind of pressure was this? Where did it come from? Big Brother's heart was heavy. It was definitely related to the Supreme Realm. The Supreme Realm's influence existed in this world. Immortal Emperor Zong sat cross-legged in his self-created world, isolated from the rest of the world. It was as if he had jumped out of the three realms and opened a space-time outside of the three realms. Rumble. In that space-time, ghosts cried and gods howled. It was inexplicably terrifying. There was the sound of muffled thunder, the light of destruction, the Tao of origin, the Tao of heaven punishing, and the Tao of destruction. Countless lights of the great Tao interweaved together, causing this world to seethe with abnormally terrifying fluctuations. Repeat, reunite. Su Yan's primordial spirit roared, exuding boundless dominance. He wanted to reconstruct a body and create life. He had severed everything. Bloodline, physique, heavenly embryo, everything had been severed by Su Yan. A brand new path was opened. This was a path to supremacy. Give up everything and start all over again. The price he had to pay was too great, displaying Su Yan's terrifying boldness. If he wanted to accomplish a heaven-defying feat, he would either lose his physical body forever or stand at the peak of the Great Era again. This would definitely not be tolerated by the order of the universe, causing a world-ending calamity to befall Su Yan. Unfortunately, they couldn't find the origin of Su Yan and could only wander around the heavenly palace. Dozens of long years had passed, and this was a great torment for Su Yan. This path was created by his own Tao. There was no guidance, no experience, and everything could only rely on Su Yan. 80 years passed. In this world where destruction and origin coexisted, a humanoid creature vaguely appeared. His back was towards all life, and he was a bit indistinct and gray. Primordial spirit light filled the sky and scattered down, forming special flesh and blood. Every inch of flesh and blood interweaved with a heaven overflowing primordial spirit luster, suffused with a grand supreme might. It was as if the soul had turned into flesh, body, and Tao as one. Spirit and flesh merged as one, devouring multicolored light and awakening from the origin, walking on a supreme great Tao. This path was gradually being perfected. Su Yan's primordial spirit revealed great wisdom and great power, reenacting everything. He didn't know how long it would take, nor did he know what he had to experience. In short, he was filled with the conviction of victory. No matter how much time he had to spend, this path had to be completed. This was Su Yan's only path. How long? Another 10 years passed. The celestial court blossomed with heaven overflowing luster, filling the sky with auspicious signs of good fortune. Irregular scenes appeared, crowding the great world. Big Black came out of seclusion. Its cultivation had taken a step forward, coming from the dark world. Looking at the place where the Earth Immortal Land sat in seclusion, it had finally awakened after so many years of accumulation. Its true spirit seemed to be very powerful and vigorous. The earth essence of the Earth Immortal Land was resplendent, revealing heaven overflowing divine clouds of good fortune. It was as if it had turned into a vast territory that covered the sky. It was so big that it was boundless, covering the great world. This also formed an extremely special scene. At the peak of the firmament, mountains, rivers, and earth appeared. Flowers, grass, and trees were thriving, reflecting on the peak of the 9 heavens. Heaven-defying spirit, the Sword Ancestor exclaimed. The Earth Immortal Ancestor was evolving towards the quasi-supreme level. The Black King, Big Brother, and even Su Yan were all relying on the universe's original order. As for the Sword Ancestor situation, it was a bit special. He had lived for countless years. Millions and millions of years ago, he suffered a calamity and was reduced to a pile of bones. His experience was too complicated. When he saw the appearance of the three realms returning to one, he discovered a quasi-supreme path from the cracks. However, the Earth Immortal Land was clearly different. He actually became a quasi-supreme in the Celestial Court's environment. The Big Brother opened up the Celestial Court's environment to prevent this world from suppressing the Earth Immortal Land. This person's surging aura continued to flourish. Vaguely, that lump of supreme soil gave birth to a great change, faintly forming a terrifying life imprint. This is the Tao Divine Immortal walked over. Not only did she recover after a long period of recuperation, her battle prowess had also increased by a level. She gazed at the Earth Immortal Land and said in astonishment, "Earth Immortal Land, this isn't just soil. It contains a powerful life imprint. Could this be the body of the Earth Immortal Ancestor?" Big Black and the others found it hard to believe. The body of the Earth Immortal Land? Was it his remains, or was it his most original body? In short, the Earth Immortal Land's path of growth had undergone a great change. A terrifying life imprint had awakened, producing a terrifying resistance. This was extremely similar to when Su Yan refined the primal chaos giant. The original owner's imprint was resisting, turning into a vast life origin fluctuation, suppressing the Earth Immortal Land's true spirit. "Old Master!" The Earth Immortal Land roared. Its true spirit was twisting and trembling. Big Black's face was solemn. If the Earth Immortal Ancestor revived and returned, would he be an enemy or an ally? However, they didn't care anymore. In the three realms, in the world ruled by the Sword Ancestor and the others, even if the Earth Immortal Ancestor revived and dared to cause trouble in the Celestial Court, he would be directly killed. Fusing, coexisting. Big Brother whispered. The life origin imprint awakened by the Earth Immortal Land gradually fused and coexisted with the soil's true spirit. In fact, if he really is the body of the Earth Immortal Ancestor, then the true spirit born from the body is also a different kind of Earth Immortal Ancestor. Black King's words were like a thunderclap. It blasted into the Earth Immortal Land's true spirit that was fusing with the life imprint, like a thunderclap that woke him up. A few years later, the Supreme Giant's aura whistled, causing the Celestial Court's great world to be in turmoil. This was definitely a terrifying leader that had awakened from a long slumber, known as the Earth Immortal Ancestor. His magic power was monstrous, and he was imposing to the extreme. The quasi-supreme path, walking to the extreme. Big Brother saw through the clues. This Earth Immortal Ancestor was quite terrifying, even more powerful than the sword-winged beast and the others. The complete Earth Immortal Land walked over. His body was still dry, and his expression was complicated. He looked like the Earth Immortal Land, but also like the Earth Immortal Ancestor who was full of vicissitudes of life. Black King and the others congratulated and greeted each other. "The most original body," he said. After a long period of nurturing, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, it turned into the Earth Immortal Land. It was indeed a remnant, but this remnant was just too terrifying. He was the same as the Chaos Giant, a heaven-defying creature. Black King asked him how many memories he had obtained. The Earth Immortal Land shook his head. What he had obtained were extremely ancient memories, and the valuable clues were very limited. The Earth Immortal Land, with a dry body, sat on top of the Three Realms Mountain, looking at the dilapidated Three Realms Mountain, pondering all day long. No one knew what he was thinking. Big Black was not at ease, and monitored him all day long to prevent him from causing trouble in the Celestial Court. 20 years later, the Celestial Court welcomed a great fortune. Surging multicolored light radiated to the 10,000 worlds, and a huge pill furnace turned into an immortal furnace, spewing out auspicious beasts that filled the sky, surging with extremely powerful life essence. The 8 revolutions creation pill had already been refined, and there were only 12 of them. After Big Brother's inspection, this thing contained a heaven-defying majestic creation substance and was of great help to the absolute capital. With the help of this batch of 8 revolutions creation pill, the 6 strongest monarch experts of the Celestial Court walked out. Now, the strongest refinement had begun. In fact, after refining several thousand revolutions creation pills, less than half of the medicinal essence was consumed, and the 9th revolution was the main event. Open the furnace. A group of alchemists roared, as if they had gone mad. After hundreds of years of refining, the most crucial moment had arrived. The moment this immortal furnace was opened, multicolored light spread for millions of zhong, tearing apart the 9 heavens, and instantly bringing down a great calamity. This was a heaven-defying immortal pill that went against the laws of the universe, and it was not allowed to be used at all. Scram for this, king. The future of the 3 realms will not allow any calamity to descend. Scram, scram. The Black King roared, extremely violent, directly rushing up, bringing out the Black King furnace, slaughtering its way into the great calamity. Its roar shattered the lightning of calamity, and it seemed extremely savage, erupting violently, wishing to slaughter its way to the source. The immortal furnace rumbled, and the entire world trembled. Irregular scenes spread through the 3 realms. An enormous immortal furnace was opened, and the instant the first 9 revolutions creation pill appeared, it seemed to have turned into an unmatched giant. Auspicious signs filled the sky, and great natural luck fluctuations were released, as if they were going to pierce through the past and present. Big Brother's sharp senses discovered that the great whirlpool opened by the heavenly monkey was rumbling and rotating, as if a group of terrifying creatures were taking action, wishing to destroy the great whirlpool and cross the Emperor Burial Sea to seize the creation immortal pill. Soon, Big Brother's ash-colored hair scattered about chaotically. Suddenly, he released a roar from the depths of his heart. Soon, very soon, once Su Yin came out of seclusion, once heaven suppressing and the others came out, it will be the moment the Celestial Court's great army slaughtered their way into the vile earth's depths. They would not be absent from the final battle. What kind of mortal pill is that? I've never heard of it before. The entire world was in an uproar. The heaven-defying immortal pills came out one after another, and every one of them caused a huge change in the world, and irregular scenes spread across the 3 realms. The 9 revolutions creation pill was definitely an invincible pill in the world. 6 pills flew out in succession. The 6 pills hovered in the sky like 6 inextinguishable, blazing suns. Big Brother waved his sleeve, and one of the pills flew to the deepest part of the heavenly palace. The second pill flew to the world where the uncanny crafts sect master was. The third pill flew to the place where heaven suppressing was sleeping. The remaining 3 pills became the Celestial Court's strongest trump cards, and Big Brother sealed them with a myriad world cauldron. The 9 revolutions creation pill hovered in the deepest part of the heavenly palace. The illusory and gloomy shadow remained silent year after year. Every 10 years, the shadow would become a little clearer. After 300 years, the shadow became clearer, and one could see its specific appearance clearly. Gather the fetal chi, return the yang heaven and earth, recreate the true self, awaken the origin. Su Yin suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the 9 revolutions creation pill. Chapter 2203. In the past 300 years, the 3 realms had undergone a major change. One land after another was about to dry up, and countless resources were about to be exhausted. In the past 300 years, the 3 realms had undergone a major change. Experts emerged in large numbers, and heroes rose together. They had exhausted countless resources, and the entire race was going crazy as they cultivated large batches of experts. The army of the Celestial Court had changed. They had millions of murderous weapons, but they had cut down a large number of soldiers, leaving only 5 million soldiers. They used taboo, immortal kings, and Emperor Dao experts to reorganize, rebuild, and reorganize. They were known as the First Army of the Celestial Court. In the past 300 years, the world had undergone a major change. Countless ores were used to forge countless murderous weapons. The 5 million soldiers turned into celestial soldiers and generals, ready to participate in the final battle at any time. In the past 300 years, Su Yan's reconstruction path had undergone a major turning point, and it was a very difficult path. He had to reconstruct his body. There were many collapses and fractures, and the Supreme Road was about to be cut off. He tried again and again with great difficulty and spent a lot of effort. He was creating life, creating his true self. On the final day, Su Yan's body seemed to have walked out of nothingness, like a seed of the great Tao that grew into life and had life. This was the symbol of a great miracle. Boom! Celestial Emperor Zhang's primordial spirit emitted a luster, and the soul light that was rolling down like the sea merged with the newly born body on a deeper level. The merging of the primordial spirit and the body established Su Yan's path of life evolution. His body was emitting a majestic life force, swallowing and spitting out auspicious clouds. He was already able to absorb the essence of Yuan Qi drifting in the air and strengthen his body at a deeper level. Without a doubt, Su Yan had already broken through the most important hurdle. On this day, the 9 transformations creation pill that was hovering above the celestial palace flew into the world that sealed the sky and the impasse. Su Yan is going to come out of seclusion? The Black King paid close attention to the celestial palace, and he was pleasantly surprised. The 9 transformations creation pill had entered the place where Celestial Emperor Zong was cultivating. This meant that Su Yan was extremely close to coming out of seclusion. The big brother was also looking forward to it. Su Yan and the 3 heavenly coffins were deeply connected. He was also a heavenly embryo from the 3-world mountain. He was destined to walk on a glorious path in the future. Su Yan opened his mouth and swallowed this immortal pill that was hard to find in the world. His figure instantly became resplendent and blazing, surging with grand signs of life. He was like a peerless creature that had broken out from the primal chaos, and the sound of thunder was transmitted from his body, creating the corporeal body and giving birth to the embryonic breath. This was the fluctuation of life force. Su Yan's heart surged. His path had been cleared. It was a magnificent feat that shocked the ancient and dazzled the modern. His mouth and nose glowed, and as his chest breathed in and out, the meridians of the human body were born, and his vital cells were born, forming his internal organs. In the end, the life force of the human body converged into Su Yan's chest. A heart was born. The power of his heart overflowed into the heavens, surging violently. It emitted an exuberant radiance of vital energy and blood, drowning out the great world. He had reached the most crucial moment, the fusion of yin and yang. To refine a mouthful of creation qi, Su Yan faced the sky and laughed heartily. His body emitted a vast luster of vital energy and blood, and his body and primordial spirit once again fused on a deeper level. From this moment onwards, Su Yan's primordial spirit seemed to have disappeared and fused with his body. He was like a king, like an emperor, like a demon, like an immortal. Long Day Song was guarding outside the heavenly palace and shouted excitedly. He had seen through the signs of life, which were gradually emitted from the deepest part of the heavenly palace. Even though he was suddenly in the space-time that sealed the sky and the earth, Long Day Song was still able to sense that the signs of life originated from Su Yan's place of seclusion. Is he coming out of seclusion? Tai Bao Kai and the others shouted excitedly. A group of old brothers were guarding outside the heavenly palace. They faced the sky and roared. Was immortal Emperor Zong about to return? He's definitely coming back. Big Goldie had forgotten a part of his memory. He was extremely excited and said, "Not only Su Yan, Did you guys notice that the human world is also emitting a terrifying life force? They are all about to return. The army of the Celestial Court had finished reorganizing and welcomed a great piece of news. In the thick world where the uncanny divine crafts sect was located, the Supreme Empress, who was sitting cross-legged on the battlefield, vaguely emitted life force and was surrounded by the sound of chanting. She and Jintian's body automatically emitted the profound meaning of the immortal, imperishable scripture. After all, this was the complete scripture which caused their incomplete obsessions to awaken and rotate. A majestic memory was returning in its entirety and resonated with the life imprint of their flesh and blood. The 3-9 Revolutions creation pills had played a major role. This pill was cultivated by the creation of heaven and earth and could bring back the dead. Even the Black King could sense that Jintian's life force was awakening and the sleeping giant was gradually coming back to life. The Black King was excited and roared. The great era of the Celestial Court was coming. Thump, thump, thump. Another 100 years passed. The rhythmic sound of a pulse was transmitted from the deepest part of the heavenly palace. One syllable after another rumbled and pressed outside the heavenly palace. Tai Baokai and the others were trembling and bleeding from their mouths and noses. They felt that their bodies were about to explode. It's really about to awaken. They cried out in shock. This fluctuation was too terrifying and was like the heartbeat of a supreme existence. It was so powerful that even they couldn't bear it. One could imagine how terrifying an expert emitting life force was. Big Brother Su Yan. It's Big Brother Su Yan. Mu Xin cried out excitedly. Her charming face was flushed and her eyebrows were raised in joy. Her voice was clear and melodious as she pointed at the world that sealed the sky and land. A human silhouette gradually appeared there. He lived in another world, as if he was living in a special river of time. A dark shadow penetrated the boundless world and pressed towards the heavenly palace. A blurry shadow, extremely grand, crowded the great world. His back was facing the masses. Although he hadn't walked out from within and seemed to have been separated by thousands of eras, the fluctuations emitted by that figure were too grand, and his life force was growing stronger day by day. The supreme great medicine hadn't been exhausted yet. The terrifying medicinal essence wrapped around Su Yan's shadow and grew in the world of creation. The might it exuded became more and more intense. Everyone felt suffocated, as if they were facing the primogenitor of heaven and earth. They had to walk over and bow down in worship. He was like a supreme deity that lived in legends. Fluctuations that crossed the river of time flowed out, as if it affected the endless years, awakening from the origin. He was powerful, turning into a terrifying overlord that opened the heavens, shaking past and present. How long? The entire enormous palace rumbled. The supreme fluctuations were being emitted, triggering the great calamity that flowed above the heavenly palace, completely appearing. These were Tao laws, the supreme order. When they interweaved together, it was enough to defy the past and present. Heavens, the entire world trembled. In the endless river of time, such a terrifying event had never happened before. It shook the great earth of the immortal world. The enormous palace exploded, suddenly breaking apart. Tai Baokai and the others were all blasted flying. They released crazy roars. Who was the enemy? Didn't this hand stretch too far into the future? It shattered the heavenly palace, shattered the mythical symbol of the immortal world. The creatures of the entire world were alarmed. Immortal Emperor Zong had already fallen for so many years. Today, the heavenly palace was heading toward collapse, exploding into ashes. Fortunately, the experts of the heavenly palace had long left. Otherwise, when this great calamity suddenly descended, the losses would be extremely disastrous. Su Yan is still here, Yuan roared. He could clearly see that within the destroyed heavenly palace, that figure was still there, occupying the other end of the world. It was as if he was living in legends and history, not affected or affected. Even though the heavenly palace was suddenly destroyed, Su Yin still existed. Indistinctly, the sounds of sacrifice and chanting could be heard. This was an incomparably strange fluctuation, surging and surging. It was as if an immeasurable calamity was stirred up. Killing intent overflowed into the heavens, tearing apart the river of time. What was this? A great demon or a great immortal was chanting scriptures, chanting, offering sacrifices. Moreover, this type of fluctuation became more and more intense, penetrating the three realms and surging towards the vile earth. It was as if the most powerful killing calamity since the ancient times was being summoned. The big brother's face sunk. An uncontrollable, great killing calamity was about to descend. He suspected that this was the method of a supreme being. At the distant end of the vile earth, a boundlessly terrifying scene appeared. One after another, blood-colored supreme laws seemed to flow over from another world. It was as if the blood-colored laws were spreading out, crushing the heavens and collapsing the heavens. The blood-colored light surged like an ocean, drowning the entire great world. The blood-colored light that filled the sky gradually converged into a killing sword, splitting open the universe. Roar! The broken heavenly monkey roared, its eyes blood-red. They had once been slashed by this killing sword, and several of their companions had fallen. They had almost all suffered a calamity. Now, this number one killing sword of ancient times had appeared once again. The blood-colored sword embryo was so terrifying that it made the buried Emperor sea tremble. It made the quasi-supreme beings tremble, as if their heads were about to fall off. Boom! This huge event that shook the vile earth, the five-color vortex, was suddenly slashed open by this heaven-defying sword embryo. The sword radiance surged, and the blood-colored light overflowed into the heavens. It circled the river of time, cut through the great Tao, and tore apart time. In an instant, it slashed towards the three realms. If not for the five-colored vortex containing the supreme laws and order, this vortex would have collapsed directly. Be *starred. The broken heavenly monkey roared, and a world-ending calamity appeared, slashing directly towards the three realms. That was their rear, the place they protected, the place they were willing to protect, the place they were willing to pay any price with their lives. Once the celestial court collapsed, they didn't know what kind of faith they would have to continue persevering. They knew very well that once this sword slashed over, nothing would be left. Perhaps the three realms would be directly massacred. The celestial court is about to end. Is there any meaning to continue persevering? The ancestors of the three emperors laughed sinisterly. They were very cruel. After 1,000 years of ultimate bloodshed, their camp had suffered heavy losses, and only the 10 supreme beings were left. The Heavenly Monkeys group was heavily injured and not far from death. They couldn't hold on for too long. It was about time to decide who would live and who would die, right? Victory or defeat was too important to their camp. Roar! In the celestial court, the Black King roared into the sky. He saw a blood-colored killing sword slashing through the river of time, destroying the universe. The unimaginable destructive waves were about to cause the three realms to enter a great era of destruction. The Black King was extremely anxious. Was it the supreme beings who had made their move? He suddenly realized that the formation of the vile earth was a key factor in this sword embryo. Now that it was slashing down, who could resist it? Quick, leave this place. Blackie frantically teleported the experts of the celestial court away. The blood-colored sword embryo emitted a boundless sword light, slashing towards the eternal heavenly Sunday. It wanted to slay heaven suppressing who had awakened from his slumber and reversed the order of the universe. The sword light even spat out a terrifying sword light, slashing towards the uncanny craftsman sect. When the blood-colored sword embryo slashed towards the celestial court, it immediately revealed a peerless aura. It slashed heaven suppressing, killed the Empress, and destroyed the celestial court. It emitted a supreme power that could dominate the three realms. In the end, The sword embryo pointed towards the celestial court, emitting millions of sword lights. It searched for Su Yan's traces and slashed madly, wanting to crush Su Yan. Everyone screamed in despair, and fear filled their hearts as they trembled. What kind of power was this? Was this the power that the celestial court would face in the future? Who could stop it? The supreme sword tore apart the river of time, killed a quasi-supreme, and aimed directly at the three quasi-supreme. Boom! The eternal heavenly sun shattered into pieces, and the ruins of the uncanny craftsman's sect began to collapse layer by layer. The apocalyptic storm roared, and it was incomparably tragic. Heaven and earth exploded, and the universe was turned upside down. Everyone who was affected died, and bloody holes were formed in the universe's environment. The number one killing sword since ancient times, sweeping through everything. Who could compete with it? Many people lost control and roared, feeling fear and helplessness deep in their hearts. How could this be? A heaven-defying existence that was even more terrifying than a quasi-supreme would stand out in the end. Was the ancestor of the three realms washing the celestial court with blood? The blood-colored sword embryo even slashed through the world and pressed towards the broken celestial court. This sword stabbed towards the space where Su Yan was, but no matter how it slashed, it was still very far away from Su Yan. Are you going to slay me? Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, walking out of the world step by step. Boundless blood chi flooded the world. Immortal Emperor Zong came out of seclusion, reborn from nirvana, and looked down at the vast universe and the sword embryo. Chapter 2204. Immortal Emperor Zhang's black hair was disheveled, and he looked heroic. He looked very young, only in his 20s. He stood at an unprecedented peak, like the Lord of the Golden Age. His voice was calm, but it reverberated in the three realms, resounding in the ears of everyone. It's Immortal Emperor Zong. He's still alive. The three realms trembled. Everyone's attention swept across the land, especially to the experts of the immortal world. They thought that Immortal Emperor Zong had fallen, but they didn't expect him to suddenly appear. Rise after fall, rise from the dead. Su Yan's eyes were deep. He stood in the Golden Age and looked at the blood-colored sword embryo. He vaguely noticed that behind the blood-colored sword embryo, there was a shadow that was about to come out. It was filled with endless waves of destruction, like the source of destruction, the source of despair. The supreme power could be confirmed without a doubt. Slash! The blood-colored sword embryo suddenly burned fiercely. In an instant, it surged by a large margin and slashed out billions of blood-colored sword rays. It tore apart the great world, overturning the past and present. The space-time of the immortal world became unstable and chaotic, as if it was going to be destroyed. You want to kill me with just a sword embryo? Immortal Emperor Zong frowned. His entire body emitted an unusually strong vitality. He was at the peak of the world, invincible in the world. The immortal world began to tremble as Immortal Emperor Zong awakened. The tide of vitality in his body was too vigorous. He raised his fist and punched forward, shattering the sword rays that filled the sky. He attacked the blood-colored sword embryo. Kill! Immortal Emperor Zong roared. He was still so iron-blooded and domineering. His fist smashed towards the blood-colored sword embryo. Punch after punch, he attacked fiercely. The world was shaken. Immortal Emperor Zong was stronger than before. It was as if he had turned into a supreme ruler, creating a golden age of glory. He was peerless and emitted an unparalleled power that drowned the great universe. Punch after punch, the blood-colored sword embryo made clanging sounds. This battle was crazy and beyond the understanding of the world. The great Tao collapsed, and the long river of time became unstable. It was as if a terrifying fault had occurred, reflecting all kinds of historical scenes. It revealed a peerless and terrifying pressure that wanted to kill all living things in the universe. In this kind of battle, the strongest giants nearby, once they were affected, they would be shattered instantly. The battle was so intense that the world trembled and the three realms resonated. Immortal Emperor Zong became more terrifying as he fought. The sword embryo in his glorious state was breaking. How can he be so strong? Bao Kai screamed in horror. Su Yan was absolutely terrifying right now, but he managed to injure Immortal Emperor Zong with just a sword embryo. Bao Cai's fist was bleeding and a crack appeared on the top of his head. He was almost cleaved apart. But in the end, Su Yan relied on his peerless battle prowess to destroy the blood-colored sword embryo. The blood-colored sword core broke into 7 pieces. Rumbling sounds rang out, and in that instant, terrifying destructive light rushed out. The greatest great Tao was appearing, about to destroy the great world. Boom! Blood flowed from the immortal realm, the golden great world seemingly heading towards withering. The atmosphere was extremely and dark. This type of scene was too terrifying. A blood-colored great hand of death approached, about to suppress the immortal realm and carry out destruction. It's not up to your Tao to decide my world. Disperse. Su Yan's eyes shone brightly as he threw his head back and roared. He was filled with a domineering aura as he pressed his palm forward. In the blink of an eye, his palm blotted out the sky and covered the entire space-time of the immortal world. After the destruction, the immortal realm suddenly became glorious. The number 1 emperor of the immortal realm was born, dominating the past, present, and future. This was a clash between great Daos, a clash between supreme paths. It was extremely brilliant. Immortal Emperor Zong. All the living beings in the world roared. The boundless universe trembled. In the midst of destruction, a shadow that dominated the past and present walked out. He dominated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, emitting an invincible battle prowess. He shattered the destructive light and caused a bloody hole to appear in the vile earth world. The 7 pieces of sword radiance were dim and without light. They were trembling lightly. To be exact, this wasn't a sword embryo at all. It was condensed from the laws of order. It was enough to see how powerful the expert who executed this attack was. He was truly an invincible giant who could overlook the long river of history. Su Yan's body was dyed in blood. His large hand directly rose up and grabbed this law of order, sending it into the immortal slaying sword. Boom! The immortal slaying sword trembled violently and almost exploded. The law of order contained within this sword embryo was too profound. It was extremely difficult for the immortal slaying sword to withstand. This was a supreme power that was filled with unparalleled profundities. Su Yan's reconstruction of the immortal slaying sword was completed in a short period of time. In the end, this sword embryo was filled with an invincible sword intent. A gentle sweep was enough to shatter the heavens and eternity. It began to evolve into a supreme weapon. At the same time, the 2 sword radiances that attacked Heaven Suppression and the female monarch were also captured by Su Yan. They were refined into the original sword radiance of the immortal slaying sword. Su Yan, is the enemy so terrifying? Tai Baokai was uneasy. After the battle ended, the 3 realms regained its peace. Immortal Emperor Zhang's prestige was unparalleled. He stood tall in the 3 realms and became an indomitable master who looked down on the world. Su Yan slightly shook his head. That was not a sword radiance formed from a simple law of order. It was formed from the immortal emperor's life essence and contained unparalleled power. Otherwise, Su Yan's immortal slaying sword wouldn't have increased in quality. Tai Baokai clicked his tongue. The killing order that was formed by a stream of natal energy indicated the magnificence of the enemy in the wretched Earth terminus. Once his true body crossed over, it would be a great disaster for the 3 realms. The structure of the 3 realms was full of unknown variables. The origin of everything pointed to the final extremity. The world-ending war was waiting for them. This day was infinitely close. Fortunately, Heaven Suppression and the female monarch were unharmed. They were about to come out of seclusion. The immortal imperishable scripture had helped them reconstruct their Yuan Shun. The medicinal efficacy of the 9 transformations creation pellet was also at its strongest level. Su Yan sat cross-legged to recuperate. He sat there for 10 years. He woke up again with surging blood energy. He was even more powerful and heaven-defying. He looked down on the three realms and cultivated an unbeatable aura. Monster! Tai Baokai exclaimed. Suyin was already very strong 10 years ago, but after 10 years of seclusion, he became much more terrifying. It was obvious that immortal Emperor Zongbak then was not qualified to come out of seclusion. Now, he was barely qualified to come out of seclusion. No one knew how terrifying Suyin was. He walked on the path of supremacy. This path was inexplicable. It involved the highest profoundness and created a brand new Suyin. 10,000 years had passed. Suyin perfected his path step by step. Now he was sitting cross-legged in the dim river of time and space, looking down on the past and present, the three realms. Nine-colored heavenly coffin, dark heavenly coffin, snow mountain dragon coffin. Suyin swung his sleeves and melted the body parts into the immortal slaying sword. The immortal slaying sword's transformation was great. It seemed to have become one with Suyin. He was nurturing an invincible sword embryo. In the future, it would become a powerful killing sword and accompany Suyin to the depths of the vile earth. At this moment, the three great heavenly coffins appeared in the sky one after another. They cut through the sky and appeared beside Suyin in unison. The three heavenly coffins were related to the source of chaos. They were filled with mysterious fluctuations. It was as if three living supremes were entrenched in them. Suyin was able to see even further and deeper than before. Supremes. Staring at the three heavenly coffins, he could faintly see an ancient era. This history did not exist. This river of time and space did not exist. The three heavenly coffins could be said to be indestructible artifacts. There was even a Supreme's technique inside. What era did it originate from? Was it from before the three realms were born? Suyin said softly. He could not tell what era it was. The three heavenly coffins were the source of chaos. They were one with the coffin suppressing lamp. They were a series of supreme treasures. Was it the inheritance of a Supremes? Or was it related to something? Suyin, is the Tao technique inside very profound? Why don't you cultivate it? Yin was puzzled. Suyin observed for a long time. During this process, he opened the three heavenly coffins and triggered the profound mysteries of the supreme laws. Suyin shook his head and said, cultivating these techniques seems to turn one into a heavenly coffin sooner or later. Of course, I can't say for sure. I still can't see through the heavenly coffin's most primitive appearance. Yin was alarmed. Maybe it once had masters, but in the end, they all became heavenly coffins. What kind of ancient secrets did these three heavenly coffins contain? Back then, Suyin was like this. The nine-colored heavenly coffin fused with him, but Suyin walked his own supreme path. When he wanted to walk on this path, he encountered the crazy resistance of the heavenly coffin. If he continued to cultivate according to the heavenly coffin's technique, he would definitely have great achievements in the future. Of course, Suyin did not know if Suyin would still be the same Suyin from back then. Yin looked at Suyin. Back then, they climbed up the snow mountain and entered the heavenly coffin world. Suyin slept in the snow mountain dragon coffin for 60 years. His life had a major historical turning point. Suyin and this coffin were related to a great karma. However, several hundred years ago, Suyin cut off his own life. He cut off everything. Physique, bloodline, heavenly embryo, nine-colored heavenly coffin, and a series of things. He cut off everything. The current Suyin did not bear any karma. He was the new Suyin, the first generation. Suyin, what do you think our lives would be like if Earth did not change? Yun murmured with tears in her eyes. Tens of thousands of years had passed. Life experiences were really ridiculous. Is it like a dream? Suyin laughed. But this is a dream. If I can't see the ultimate land, I will not be satisfied. His eyes shone with cold light. He was very close to the ultimate land of the vile earth. Suyin collected his thoughts and walked towards the celestial court. Blackie felt that Suyin could study the contents of the paper passed down by the celestial arch. He was full of anticipation. Before he went, he had to figure out what was written in the paper. Su Yin entered the myriad worlds cauldron again. He stared at the golden paper and saw through the great Tao rules inside. He saw the whole picture and thought silently. Su Yin went into seclusion and sat in the myriad worlds cauldron. 10 years later, Sky Suppression and the Empress woke up and told him something big. In the depths of the vile earth, there was more than one supreme. This matter was too shocking and ridiculous. There was more than one supreme. Back then, Sky Suppression and the Empress were killed by the ancestor of the three realms. However, there were more supreme behind this person. This matter was too shocking for them. The big picture of history. Black King roared. When the Celestial Court was weak, it was just an insignificant wave in the big picture of history. When the Tao Celestial the Arch came out, this wave became a huge wave and forced the big picture of history to stop. The Celestial Court shall strive to become stronger and defeat all enemies. Big Brother was silent. Yes, the three realms were vast and boundless. The big picture of history changed. All lives were as cheap as grass. The extraterrestrial civilization buried in the emperor-vile Earth was a bloody example. Who would be willing to die? Who would be willing to be controlled by fate? Who would be willing to be reduced to an ignorant ant who wanted to tear the world apart to see the big picture? They looked at the myriad worlds cauldron. The history of immortal Emperor Zhang's growth was very difficult, but it was also full of legends and miracles. 30 years later, Immortal Emperor Zhang walked out of the myriad worlds cauldron. He glanced at the broken Three Realms mountain and hurriedly looked away. Immortal Emperor Zhang, the Earth Immortal Land, walked over and sighed in its heart. Its emotions were very complicated. Su Yin stared at the Earth Immortal Land. His eyes saw through its roots as if he saw the ancient clay idol that was born and nurtured by the heavens. It gradually gained sentience and turned into the ancestor of the Earth Immortals. Immortal Emperor Zhang did not say anything and left. He went to the burial realm. After passing through the 3 layers of seals, he arrived at the secret palace in Bury the Heavens. Open! With a loud roar, the burial realm collapsed. The 3 layers of seals formed a powerful life chart power. The 3 great runes formed the 3 supreme life seals. Repeat. Su Yin pushed his hand forward. The 3 layers of seals pierced through the bleeding corpse. This was a corpse that had been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years. It absorbed the energy and life seals from when it was alive. It cooperated with immortal Emperor Zhang's undying and indestructible scripture to tidy up the human body's functions. In the end, the bleeding corpse's chest glowed. It spewed out life force and walked toward resurrection. This person suddenly came back to life from a daze. He opened his eyes that were filled with vicissitudes and looked at Su Yin. He was a little confused. Su Yin sighed softly. He sent a memory into the corpse for him to study. The growth history of the heavenly embryo played out. The mutilated corpse let out a low growl, like a wounded and bleeding wild beast. Its withered hand grabbed Su Yin's arm. He wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. I understand. Come with me. Su Yin left the burial realm with the corpse and returned to the Celestial Court. Solemn notice, Emperor's Road is about to finish. It's either next week or this week. It's been a long time since I've shown everyone the ending plot is difficult to write. In short, it's getting close. Reading House.